Shit going. I'm definitely gonna share this to the Facebook. Cause I got a whole lot of Negroes on Facebook that put up that vote tag. Remember on Facebook they had the vote thing on your profile. Y'all remember that nonsense?
Con, where it says I voted, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah. Them same Negroes on the Facebook, man. I'm gonna have them pull up in here that I voted. What did your vote do? Let's talk about it, y'all. They'll say that our people died for the right to vote, man. I'll say our people died for the right not to vote too. Right? So we're gonna have the conversation today, y'all. Make sure y'all pinging people to the room. Make sure y'all sharing the room. I'm actually just now pinging until they told me I can't do it no more. Chief Ef in the building. Shalom, Mat.
Shalom, shalom. Shalom.
Quiet. Shalom, shalom. Mahalab in the building.
Shalom. Yabashim Yashabakata.
Yeah, my shit, Shabrakata. Ma, did you remember today was President's Day?
Well,
I ain't know till I started checking out the news, man.
Man, I wish I was off today, man. My job be giving us off for all types of random ass holidays. Why we ain't off for President's Day, man? I ain't trying to be on the plantation.
I actually think I see children going to school today too. Like, what kind of President's Day is this?
Hey, yo, South Park. Back in the day, man, in New York, we used to get off for goddamn Lincoln's birthday. We used to get off for goddamn LK birthday. We used to get off for damn uh, Washington's birthday. Now they give you President's Day, and niggas not even getting off of school. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yep. We should get off President's Day, St. Patrick's Day, all these folly days. They said, nah, we want your children in school to get indoctrinated now. For real. You can't miss a day of indoctrination. We gotta make sure we tell more lies on President's Day. Right, but we're gonna talk about this, man. You know, I'm about to share this room right quick. Can politics save us? Politics, politricks. Do you trust your local politician? Right, these brothers will vote for Governor Tate nowadays, man.
Voting for St. Patrick. God.
They vote for St. Patrick, right? God, right. Rather vote for St. Patrick. There's a couple articles I got in mind too. A lot of people don't realize it though, man. But this system would go through a complete shock if our people just don't vote. Like if we didn't just vote, like yo, we don't care what y'all do, we gonna do us, right? That'd be like a shock to the whole system. They'll be like, yo, what can we do with these niggas? They don't believe us anymore. This whole system is ran off y'all belief and y'all cleaving unto it like it could be like a savior for you. Like it goes into idol worship for real. Like you ask the average Jake that don't believe in the Bible, right? If he votes and if he believes in the American system, and he'll probably say, yeah. Like these people believe in the Constitution and the system more than they believe in Yahweh. Right? Let me read this verse right quick. Let this be the first verse that comes out today.
What about Pedro? We gonna vote for Pedro?
I'm gonna vote for Masha Malaka.
Ah,
Yeah. This is Jeremiah 17:5, and it reads thus and so. Thus saith the Lord: Cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord, man. So that's what happens when a brother chooses to vote more than he reads the scriptures, get into the laws of God, trust in Yahweh, have faith in Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shai, right? He becomes cursed as the man that trusteth in men, man. He done made flesh your arm, man. And if you know anything about the flesh, man, it withers away. Okay?
Con.
Mahala, what's going on? What's the last time you voted?
I've never voted in my life. I'm very happy to say.
Okay. Ariala, what's the last time you voted? I'm gonna make a confession to y'all, man. They got me that first Obama year, 2008. They got me. I went out there and voted.
this nigga thought he was making a difference.
Right? Yes, we can. Right?
Yeah, they would have probably got me too. I just wasn't old enough then to vote. And then the next time, I was able to for his second term. Uh, I just was like, I just had figured out in school that it didn't matter. I kind of knew like way before the truth that like voting didn't matter either way because all they did was lie anyway. So you know, that's when I just was like, no, this is dumb. I don't even need to vote. But yeah, in 2008, I think I was like a sophomore or junior, a sophomore in high school, and I couldn't vote, but everybody was all hype about it, and you know. Everybody was like, "We gotta go vote. We gotta go vote." I was like, "Yeah, oh yeah, cool." But after that, I was like, "Nah, no." I see, especially when I seen how poor of a job he did, for our people. I was like, "No, this really doesn't matter at all."
I mean, after Obama's first year, when I see he ain't really make no moves for the hood, right? Especially him being a politician that came out of Chicago. I expected a lot to be done. Like I expected him to get on his grizzly automatically. But when I seen wasn't nothing going down. Flint, Michigan water was still trash, right? That ain't no um, funding movements going on in my hood. Ain't no, you know, programs being started in Chicago. I was like, oh, this guy's agent. I was like, damn, they got me. I knew that from his first year. From his first year, it was some bullshit. I was like, damn, they got me. That whole thing, yes, we can. I was like, let me just go out there, support the brother. Not even knowing, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't really a brother, but let me go support the brother, right? They done got me, man. So, this definitely is a good conversation, man, because I know there's people in our communities, in our nation, that really feel like they can vote their way out of oppression, man. So definitely, man, if anybody feels like that, if anybody feels like us Israelites are off and we don't really understand politics and we're just talking out the side of our neck. Just pull up. Let's talk about it. So we can have the conversation.
I seen the Mario pull up in the room. I think it would have been a good conversation about this topic.
Yeah, I don't usually rock with Tamario, but yeah, let's see, because I know he probably done voted for Joe Biden.
Let him explain how it can you know get us out of oppression, or well, he probably don't even think that we're oppressed. So that'll be a difficult conversation to have.
Nah, but I know he feels like he can work the system.
Shalom, brothers and sisters.
Hey, Shalom.
I
Shalom.
just, I just want to say, y'all Israelites don't know what y'all talking about. We can vote our way to the top. It's like, nah.
Well, how you can vote our way to the top, right? That power of
Yep,
vote.
to the top, to the top of the bottom.
How comes I never seen a campaign talking about the Chinese vote? We
Con,
gotta get the Chinese vote in here. You know what I'm saying? Or the like. What about the Arab vote? They don't never push for that. They be talking about the black and Latino vote. They really, really, really just want us to be caught up in the system for real, for real. Every vote in the year they talk about, oh, the black vote, the Latino vote. What they really want to do is keep tabs on how much of us is still, buying into the damn American dream, man. I requested to Mario too, but I think he's scared to touch up on this topic, man. I think he want to have a peaceful President's Day. Oh, there he go, brother Tamario. What's going on, brother?
What's good, brothers and sisters? Oh, today President's Day. Let me see. Maybe I'm off work, man. Let me check that. No, I was just listening, man. I didn't know if you was gonna give a lesson, and I definitely have some strong opinions on this topic. But a lot of times when I come up here, people say that I make the breakfast turn cold, and brothers start running me off and stuff like that. So I was gonna let you cook for a minute before I came up, man.
That's all right, man. It's not much of a lesson as there's just an open build. You know what I'm saying? And I think you should, ping some people to this room tomorrow. See if some of your Ivy League buddies, some of your co-workers, your comrades, right? I'm not sure if you have much friends tomorrow, right? Do you have friends you go out and vote with tomorrow?
So I personally have stopped voting just once I reached a certain level of awareness or consciousness. And,
Wait, hold on. You don't vote to Mario?
no, not this is very recent. Like, I've always I'm an advocate of voting if you feel like your communities, and this is just across the board, are impacted. I am a big advocate of that. But from where you know where my walk has led me in particular, it doesn't matter who's holding those offices. How in my current walk, it just doesn't matter either way. But if I could expound just on your title here, well, before I say anything, I think first off, black since we're talking about black people here, this allegiance that we so called have to the Democratic Party that needs to cease immediately, and I do believe that all black people should be registered as an independent to make these people kind of work for, like, what are you actually doing. So I noticed something, like when you move out to just around different people. See what I noticed, with black people, we don't show up for the midterms. And when I live across the track during the midterms, I'll be seeing white people out there with signs. They go to these little town halls. Basically, you know what they do? You know why Trump is so powerful?
It's a wild baby.
Those people hold them people accountable. We don't show up
Let's go.
to express our pride.
We keep them on cause we Israel. And we stand tall cause we Israel. Make the leaders look small cause we Israel. Prophesy Esau's downfall cause we Israel.
But
Empty scripts, precept upon precept. Empty out the clip. Empty scripts. I don't eat these scripts apocryphals in extra 14. We open the club. We been a violent. I show you what a prove it. No pussy cats when we step. We the riot type. We roll hard at a higher mic. It ain't over till the chariots let off for an airstrike. These scripts hit you in the soul. Nigga with a wrist. Gotta wake up Jake out, that's the goal. So they waiting for the Howard Stein and give us the goal. They go hunting. They go snatch Esau out of them holes. The road we turn ain't a fair fight. And watch us off and get your ears tight. Ain't no parasite. We unstoppable like Air Mike. In the kingdom, descending on earth is our birthright. So down, boots on the ground, that's where commando. Running all along, sheep out the atrocities in the finger. Wide as the gate, yeah, but the path is very narrow. Heart of a lion. I feel like Moses when he stepped the Pharaoh. Lion. We can keep them long cause we Israel. Yeah, we stand tall cause we Israel. Make the leaders look small cause we Israel. Prophesy Esau's downfall cause we Israel. Eat these scripts.
Cough one more time. I promise you, cough one more time on it. I'ma spray your monkey ass. I'ma spray your monkey ass. I'ma sober your ass up, I promise you that. And you better not have asthma. You better not have asthma, damn it. Alright, go ahead. In the hole of every foul spirit, in the cage of every unclean and hateful bird, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Now we got this, everybody flexing over here. We can't make this up, man.
Even a state level.
Our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, and they want to follow their oppressors, man. And guess what?
In crowd, there's no room.
Just go down the block. Just go down the block. Enjoy your day. Go get your shoes. Your shoes are somewhere around there. Alright? So this is the cage of every foul spirit, man. This is what America produces. But they tell you this is the land of the free. This is the land of the brave. This is America the beautiful. What is so beautiful about America? What is so beautiful about America? America promotes homosexuality. America promotes gay and lesbian rights. America gives Chinese rights before they give the black man in America. You understand? They don't give y'all nothing. They treat y'all worse than this woman, right? Y'all get this woman could go home.
actually win an election. Because anybody can run. I'm not saying that we can't groom people to run, but winning is going to be very, very far fetched if you're not rubbing elbows with the right people at that, starting at that state level. So yeah, I think that can work, um, potentially at a local level, and even at the local level, like if those larger guys, on the spectrum, if they don't like what you're doing at a local level, then they'll just buy another candidate to get you up out of there. So it's not as easy as it sounds. And I kind of noticed that in politics from being in school and dealing with children of these said congressmen and politicians and judges and liaisons and even ambassadors. I've dealt with, I went to school with their children for like 4 years, so I'm pretty hip to the system and how you know things run. So, and even behind the scenes. So I just want to kind of let Tamario know that it's more about who you know, and it's a serious vetting process for you to even be considered for one of those positions. Are you?
Right. Oh, to Mario. Right. Well, the system. First of all, we gotta understand there's always an agenda behind the candidate or whatever is working. He or she knows the agenda. First thing for them to reach that level. Now, second, you got to understand that this is a corrupt. The Bible tells you this place is corrupt. It's always been corrupt. Okay, and even when you go back into ancient Greek and Rome, and where this political Democrat and Republican agenda comes, it's always been a corrupt thing. So this is what we got to know, understand. They have an agenda. Now, a lot of times, these politicians, what they do is they blackmail a lot of these politicians. So they already have a lot of stuff on them that they will reveal to the public when the politicians decide not to follow the agenda that they got. So just that being said shows you that you can never really get true justice for the people. It's not for the people. These candidates is not for the people, whether you believe it or not. And when they try to do things for the people, this is when the blackmail comes out. Okay, this is when you have things, which a lot of the politicians is corrupt anyway, but that's not their concern. They only use that agenda when the politician doesn't follow the rules. Like, for example, in New York, you take a guy like Cuomo, whatever he did during the time, or whatever he didn't follow, they decided to bring out, how many women he was dealing with, which they knew how many women he was dealing with from the start, but it wasn't important to them until usually the politician decides to go another route. So just based on that alone, you know that you really can't get real justice for the people, because the politician, him or her agenda is always to the people that funding their campaign, and usually to the higher elites, which ultimately is what we know as the Illuminati. So that is their agenda, and that's what their position is. And whenever they start to get out of line and follow another path, here comes the blackmail, and here comes the things that they have done in the past. It's used as a tool against them to expose them. So just based on that alone, you will never get all true justice for the people. So, is voting the answer? Hell no. That I
Are you guys doing like a Q or popcorn?
All right, now we're doing a little popcorn.
Okay, Tara, I have a question for you. If voting is not the answer, why is it in the rich suburbs of America so many white people invest into campaigns? They go out there and they lobby. You see corporations doing this. Like, it seems to me like when you tell our people this, I always wonder who is putting these money in these people's pockets to tell folks that. Because if voting didn't matter, why would they make all these laws now to stop people from voting in Georgia and these other states? When have you ever known white people to waste money to do something to prevent a cause unless they fear something? Wasting money, that's the stupid shit ninjas do in the hood. It's not something we see multi-billionaires doing.
Like they've literally made about 50 or 60 laws to prevent folks from voting. Like it's a felony to give someone water standing in the line. And if you guys don't like what's going on in politics, instead of just this street activism bullshit, why not run for office, run for city council, run for mayor?
Yeah, so
All
you,
right. Yeah, well,
I'll go
Salakia
after you.
Mala. Yeah, let me just answer real quick. Voting doesn't matter for our people. If you understand the system of this country, I just told you that they have an agenda. Okay, the agenda is usually, whether you believe it or not, for the Illuminati, for the 1%. The 1% makes the rules. Okay, that's why if you study what Rothschild said, he said, I don't care who's president, just let me have the currency. Let me control the money. Okay, the bankers and stuff controls the money. They're the ones that really make the decision. And that's usually what you call the Illuminati, whether you say they're the Blue Bloods or the 13 families that originally, made up America, from the Rothschilds, the Oppenheimer, and the Rockefellers, and so on, Kennedys, and so on. Okay, these are the ones that actually make the decision and make the agenda. Okay, this is what you got to understand, and this is what our people refuse to understand. There's already a system plan. And if you go against them, that system, they will destroy you. You see, and that's what. 1 second, hold on. Let me finish. And that's what the common person doesn't understand. It really studies America and how America was built and who controls the currency of America and who makes the agenda and the plans. That's what we need to understand. Go ahead, Marla.
Yeah, and you asked about the money part. Why are they spending so much money, and why are they making so many laws to prohibit us from voting? I would challenge you to show me two laws that they've made to prohibit us from voting. Even when we look at a place like Georgia, I seen one that it was dealing with having to show your ID, right, or something like that, or have some type of ID. This is because we see in certain states you had dead people voting. You had people that are not present anymore. Somehow their votes is getting in, so they're trying to clean up, the voting thing. Now, as far as the money is concerned, you have to spend money. Like, you have to spend money to keep your agenda running. You have to do that. You have to spend money to have the people that you want in office making the policies. Because we're not saying voting doesn't matter, because it matters in this country, right? But it doesn't matter for our people, right? We're going to be oppressed no matter who you put in the office. There's an agenda. Now, that agenda takes money to run. That's how come they spend billions on ads and campaigns and things of that nature, because it does cost money to do that. So, as far as I don't know if you was in here when I talked about the local level. Now, the local level, you can, when you're in the community, you can groom certain people to possibly be a mayor or, a judge or whatever the case may be. However, that is the highest level that we can go to actually affect our people and, do things for our people. When you even get to the state level, you're going to have to know people to get into that position. They're going to have to vet you and make sure you're down with the system. Otherwise, you don't even get the funding to run. You don't get all of that money that they're pumping in to, get people to vote and get you seen on TV and, things of that nature. Have you groomed correctly and having suits and things. You're not going to get any of that funding if you are not vetted by those people. So it's like an in crowd at that level. And in that level, you cannot be for your people solely, and that's why you're there. You have to go with whatever they want you to go with. Now, they give you the illusion of choice. Okay, they'll give you an illusion of a party. Okay, so this party, They'll fund this and that, and you can have like this opinion or that opinion. So like even at the Democrat and Republican side, it's like, okay, they're just split really by a difference of, a little bit of ideology, because all the people came together and said, you know, we agree on like this is how the country should be run. Oppress the poor, right? No matter what. But hey, sometimes we feel like this part right here is a little extreme for us. We don't want to do it like that. So you just have enough people on each side of the coin to say, well, there's a little bit of a difference of opinion, but it's still all the same system. So now all they do is they groom people. They groom people who they want to be in their system. And if you're not a part of their system, then you're not going to ascend to that highest level of government. That's how come, the Barack Obamas of the world, people are disappointed in him because they don't understand he was groomed to be in their system, and they just ran him so that they can keep our vote engaged. Like that's really what he was about, keeping our vote and keeping us with the hope that things can change in 2008. They'll do that every now and then, but it didn't really do anything. Just like Kamala Harris, and they ran her being a so-called
Let
black
me know when
woman.
I can respond to.
Of course, you can respond when I'm done. All right. Obviously, you want to respond. Just hold on. These different politicians, they haven't done anything for our people. Why? Because they are grown and groomed in a certain system that they're not coming in to do for the people, and nobody is even vetting them to see if they're actually doing or want to do things for the people. Nobody's doing that because we don't even still today understand how the whole system works. So the bottom line is, no matter what level of government you want to try to think people should go to and ascend to, there's still always an agenda, and they still always have dirt on you if you don't follow that agenda. So I'll land there and let you respond.
Mel, I think the dilemma is folks are not experts on certain topics, so they just do word vomit. I can guarantee most people that have these conversations about politics couldn't tell me the three branches of government. And when you say that the federal level doesn't matter, it's the presidents who pick the Supreme Court, who are the top branch when it comes to the judiciary, that will say what happens and not happen. What I really think, I think the Republicans are paying some of these pulpit preaching pimps in our community, telling our people not to vote because it benefits them. Because it's funny when I see some of these elections and I see the folks that are telling our folks this. If we were to check their bank accounts, we'll be surprised where they're getting their money from. If anyone says that Obama didn't do anything for black people, obviously maybe they should read. And here you can go to the websites. Black unemployment went to like 16.8%, which was in a better position than under Bush. The real median income of black folks increased by 4.1% between 2014 and 2015. And this is stuff you could just Google on the websites. But the problem is we have these folks here in our community. We always have three types: the shiftless niggas who don't do shit, who just want to say the system is going to keep you down because it wants to justify them being lazy. Then you have those who go out there and do something, and then they're called sellouts. And then you got these religious nut jobs who think Allah, Buddha, whatever is going to come to save you, so they can make money off our people. I mean, if you want to talk about Illuminati, the real Illuminati to me seems to be the ninjas that are camping on people with ignorance so they can sell their books, their fucking ideology or whatever. Because most of them can't make, if you look at where their source of income is, it's from people who seem to be oppressed. It's not Illuminati that's coming in our neighborhoods selling us books. It's not Illuminati saying, hey, come to our meetings and pay $100. It looks like people that sometimes I see on the stage and other clubhouse groups like, hey, come to this event, give me $50, $60, and I'll give you a bunch of word vomit that's not going to be the solution to your problems.
Yeah. So
Okay, let me
with that,
Slocky. Mark, can I get in there real quick?
you could get in there. I got to respond to some stuff he said as well.
Go ahead. So, how do you say I can?
You can just say Ken, that's fine, bro.
All right, Ken. So are you? I'm assuming you're a Democrat.
Yes, I'm a union construction worker who votes Democrat, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Let me ask you a question. How long have black men had the right to vote? Ken, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, say that again.
How long have black men had the right to vote?
I believe it's 1965, but I would have to Google it.
No, we've had the right to vote since 1870 with the passing of the 15th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, right? We see during this time, this is during the Reconstruction period, we see black senators, things of that nature, black congressmen, right? This is when we see them coming up in power, right? Now, since 1870 to 2022, that's been what 152 years. What has drastically changed for our people?
You mean like the Black Wall Street, Tuscaloosa, and a few other places? Like, I don't know. I think we have a distortion of history, bro. But go ahead. But can you ask me what has all of your gods have done for our people? Like, you guys keep telling our folks don't
Who
vote.
said anything about?
What's the
Hold
proof
on,
of
wait.
your God?
Hold on. So I don't care about anyone else's God. All right, I'm not talking about religion or anything like that, right? And you're not talking to a people who are to a religious group. We're not a religious group. First and foremost, you don't know who you're talking to. All right. Secondly, the reason why I ask you these questions is because you, as a union construction worker who votes Democrat, you do realize it was the Democrats that were the slave owners, right?
Right.
I ate the pizza last night and shit it out. It's not pizza anymore. But go ahead.
Oh my God. See, and this is what's
And so,
wrong with our
Rocky, he
people.
didn't answer that last question. He
Yeah,
diverted
because
from
you're
it.
talking about
Just
19
ask
fucking
him that
50. It's
question. Ask
2022.
him.
But if your
Ask him the
mindset hasn't
question. Hold
grown,
on,
I see
Ken.
why you
Hold
still.
on, Ken. Hold on,
It's
Ken.
not
Just
about his
ask him the
mindset.
question again, Ariella. Just so everybody can see what type of person we do. Just ask him again.
Do you realize, yes or no, that it was the
Yes, I know.
Democrats?
You guys said that before. We understand that. We had
Oh,
this conversation over.
so black people. So when did black people start voting Democrat?
After, I believe the gentleman's name was Goldman, that's when the switch happened.
The switch happened around when JFK ran for office, right? First and foremost, the Democrats were the individuals who were controlling the South, right? All your Lyndon B. Johnson, all those guys, like these guys were staunch racists, right? We don't start seeing the switch to black people voting for Democrat when the Republicans took the strategy of pandering to poor white races, right? And we see the Democrats shifting to, okay, let's give these niggas some civil rights. Lyndon B. Johnson said, if we give them civil rights, these niggas be voting Democrat for the next 300 years. And guess what, Ken? You one of those niggas that's voting Democrat, and the Democrats have not done a god. I'm
Really?
not done talking. I'm not done talking. Thank you. So the Democrats have done nothing for our people. Obama has done nothing for our people. All right. When the recession came, guess what? We lost an extreme amount of what's it called, net worth as a black community, right? And guess what? We have not rebounded. It's actually projected that blacks and Latinos will will be the poorest people, and we already are the poorest people, but we will have a net worth of $0 by the time, all right, it's 2050. That's what the projections are, right? If you knew anything. Oh, he left, right? But again, our people come up here who want to be on this political BS nonsense. Again, black people, black men specifically, right? Because women didn't have the right to vote until the passage of the 20th Amendment, right? Which I think was like 1920, right? But black men have had the right to vote since 1870. It's 2022. That's 152 years of us having the right to vote. Guess what? Niggas was getting lynched in 1870. Niggas are still getting lynched in 2022. Nothing has changed for our people. All right. Listen,
I wish you would have held him
you
on
can.
that point, bro. Because he ran from that. He said we have a distortion of history. Like you talking about because he wanted to start talking about what you think in history was bad for our people. He didn't have an answer. He didn't really have an answer to that question, bro. And I wanted you to kind of hold him to that.
Nah, Con. He
He
wasn't
ran.
going to
He
answer,
ran.
Doc.
He ran. So like y'all, he ran. He ran because he knew. You know what I mean. And go ahead, Ariella. I did want to chime in again, but go ahead, Ariella.
Nah, you good, Saquon, right? See, I listen. Before I came into the truth, I had my ear to the political scene, right? I voted for Hillary Clinton, right, in 2016, right, because I like, damn, this nigga Donald Trump is a fucking idiot. No way he could be president. And I remember the day that he won. It was a dark, gloomy day here in Philadelphia, and I'm like, damn, what the hell are we about to enter into? Right? And all praise to the Most High because that was the catalyst to bring me into the path of the truth, right? That whole situation, right? But like I said, I was very in tune with politics, right? I consider myself a Democrat as well, but I understood that hey, the Democrats aren't the greatest. Like they have oppressed our people. They have pushed agendas that have been very racist. The Ku Klux Klan, all these guys were Democrats, right? And I know that there's been a switch. So at that time, I was leaning more towards what you would call the progressive movement. There was a progressive movement that started with like people like Ilhan, right? She's that Somali senator from like Michigan or some shit like that.
AOC.
Alexander AOC, Alexandria Ocasio Cortez, right? And guess what? No, I realize now. Guess what? Those people aren't even our people, right? However, they were pushing a method. They were pushing an agenda like, hey, let's have universal health care. Let's have student loan forgiveness, things of that nature. And I was all for that. But here's the thing: it's never going to happen.
Right.
Why? Because who controls the system? The people with the money, and the people with the money do not want to lose power, and they're not going to just give it up. All right, they're going to push all these anti-ads against Bernie Sanders. They're going to push all these ads against AOC. They're going to push all these ads against Omar Ilhan. They said that she was a damn anti-Semitist because she says, "Oh, Palestine, there needs to be a two-state solution," things of that nature. Like they don't understand that there's all these factors at play, right? You got damn Amalek, who's the chief of the nations, controlling the whole narrative. He controls the media, right? And this is why Fox News, even damn CNN, all this stuff is controlled by different factions of the same beast. You have the same dragon with two different heads. You have the same. You have my Northern Kingdom brothers will say two sides of the same tortilla, right? You have two heads of the same coin, right? It's the same people, man, and they are both staunchly against blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. So no, the solution is not us going out to vote because again, we've been voting for the past 152 fucking years, and nothing has changed.
Word.
Nothing has changed. All right, what did Obama do? Let damn homosexuals get married? What did he do for black people specifically?
And so, Lucky, I wanted to speak to that because he tried to say that. This is gonna be a real quick point. He just he said that the numbers went up like 4% for the unemployment rate of black people, and like he doesn't know that I look and go and look at the numbers as well, and not just whether they're going up or down. Those are skewed based on how the economy is going, not because of any economic policies when it's only like 2 or 3 points. And what he doesn't know is that the majority of those jobs and that increase was jobs that made like damn near under $24,000 a year. So they're like shitty ass jobs. So that really doesn't change our people's situation either. Are you?
And Mom,
Real
check
quick,
this out, bro. All
I
those
just want
jobs.
go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
Just real quick.
I just
All those
yeah.
jobs are damn lift jobs. Damn fucking Postmates. That goes into the damn unemployment numbers. That's not employment. That's not a real sustainable job, right? Damn, $15 minimum wage is less than $30,000 a year. That's poverty, bro. Poverty. Rent has gone. Listen, when I was in college, my first apartment rent was $483. I paid $1,400 in rent today, right? But guess what? The minimum wage has stayed the goddamn same. Okay, these niggas don't know what the hell they talking about, man.
I just wanted real quick. I just wanted to bring out, and also these guys that come up here and talk about like the Illuminati doesn't exist. You know what I mean? These guys are real foolish, man. You know what I mean? Because it is an agenda. It's clearly agenda. That's why they killed Kennedy. Kennedy was assassinated because he didn't follow the agenda. It clearly said the Rothschilds, they made that statement. They said, I don't care who's president, just give me the currency. Let me control the money. And then you could put anybody in there. Any Joe Smoking can be up the president, but let me control the currency. So these guys that make it seem like we're conspiracy nuts and we don't know what we're talking about and we're the real Illuminati stopping black people from voting. These guys is total idiots, man. Like the brother brought out, the Democrats have been racist. George Wallace that was stopping young black men, black women, children from going to school and sticking hoses on them. He was a Democrat. Okay, the ones that came up with the Planned Parenthood, they were Democrats. Obama did nothing for the so-called black community, but he did a lot for the gay agenda. And that's what he wanted to do. So these guys that try to make us seem like we're conspiracy nuts and that they don't have a part in this system, the Illuminati, these are idiots. Black people is never, no people have ever won their freedom from voting. No people. You can't trace that anywhere. Okay, so you know what I mean? These guys are real foolish, man. And with that, I yield.
Con. And on top of that, I have to address what the guy said when he said, your bullshit why aren't you guys getting into voting and things of that nature instead of your bullshit street preaching, not knowing that the actual street preaching is actually what's going to get our people out of oppression. You damn idiot. You know what I'm saying? What we're doing is actually the solution. And what these people are suggesting is the solution is just some bullshit to keep chasing your tail around in circles because they've been brainwashed to think these things are solutions. When you getting beat over the head every goddamn day, brothers getting beat over the head every goddamn day on a damn traffic stop. And you mean to tell me your votes is gonna change that? Man, sit down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? What be wrong with our people? That's all I want to say. That I yield.
Good morning. I just want to add this is interesting. All the different views. Bro is mad, but I see how bro point to a degree, but we ain't going all into that because he don't really know. He's just angry at God. To me, that's what I felt. But nonetheless, with all this, listen, this political thing, uh, Democrats have done nothing. I'm from New Jersey, and God gave me a job in the courthouse because I didn't pursue it. Nor did I go to college, nor did I have a desire to go to college to be taught to work for people. But nonetheless, in criminal and family court, these are all criminal division, family division. Every entity of the judicial system is a division. And that's exactly what the heck it is. And it's been devising schemes, scams, and all that crap against our people from the beginning of time. Nonetheless, these systems is designed to keep us oppressed. I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of degree you obtain. There is a system in place, and those who got eyes to see, we see what's going on plainly. Those things that are hidden, those things are revealed plainly. There is the worst system here where I live. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. They call it the brick city. It's really rough here, but
Did the sister cut out? Hello.
Yeah, she definitely cut out.
I wanted to speak on the topic if I can.
Yeah, Con, give it 1 second. Sister, you finished? I think she must have lost signal or something. Go ahead, King.
Shalom to the room. Um, I've been on this planet for 49 years now, and living here in Babylon and growing up in the South. This system is not going to give any of our people their power. I don't care how many ballots you put in a box, how many times you push a button on a computer to say that I vote for this person and I vote for that person. And I believe Mahalab and Ariala really made the point, because you got people who are going to line pockets. We know what system we live in. These devils ain't going to give up their power. Why would they do that? Why would they give you the power to overturn everything that they've done to keep you under their foot? To let Arabs come in here, put up gas stations and sell your people crack pipes from behind the counter and 000 bags from behind the counter. to let the Chinese people come in this country and put Chinese food, abominable food in your neighborhoods and feed you poison. They're not going to give you any power to vote. Obama didn't do anything, just like the brother said. He didn't do anything but let the gay people get married. That's it. Just because unemployment went down a little bit when he was in office, it does that when white presidents are in office. Every president I've ever seen has done nothing for our people. There are still ghettos in every major city. There are still homeless people, a lot of them our people in every major city, and our people definitely are the highest number of people who are incarcerated. The president right now made that available by law some years ago in Congress. And he said when he was in Congress for 40 some years, I believe. So there's no possible way that they are going to give up their power, whether it's Democrat or Republican, left wing, right wing, same bird. It's the same Edomite bird, same eagle. And that's all I got to say.
Sorry guys, my phone is broken. I'm gonna run out and get a new one. It's so interesting. I got so much to share. But you guys are right. Listen, they ain't gonna never do right. Period. People don't wake up in the morning with evil deeds and has been prosperous from the.
Yep, sister got cut out again.
I just want to ask everybody real quick: did America get the independence from voting from the British, so-called independence, or was it a war that they had to fight? And this is what people got to understand. That's why the scriptures talk about wars. The Lord tell us, go into the land of Canaan. It's always wars that gives you independence. It's never voting. No time in the history can you see where people voted themselves out of oppression. It just doesn't add up historically, and in no way, biblically, no way have you ever saw that.
That's right, Zaquan. And here's the thing about democracy. America doesn't have democracy. All right. It's called a republic. The same way the Empire didn't have a true democracy. Right. They don't understand how it actually works. And here's the thing. People are too fickle to make all of these decisions. Right. And this is what makes America different from the rest of the world powers, and this would make the Roman Empire different from the other kingdoms that have ruled on the earth. Is that they had what is considered a democracy, which is truly a democratic republic, where you still have different branches, you still have someone who's calling a certain amount of shots, but it's just fragmented, right? And that's the problem, right? It's super problematic. There needs to be one person calling the shots. There needs to be a set standard law that's righteous, all right? It doesn't respect persons in judgment. That's what we have in our Torah. And this is why the Lord is getting ready to put us back in power so that we can rule righteously, right? When I was a kid, all right, in damn social studies class, all right, which is my favorite, history is my favorite subject. It always has been. And I would just sit back and think, I'm like, yo, this democracy shit don't really make sense. Like, there needs to be someone calling the shots. Like, it needs to be one guy. All right. And guess what? That's getting ready to happen. All right. It's going to be a big black man. All right. By the name of Yahweh Shai, who's going to rule the earth. And he's going to be the head nigga in charge. All right. Ain't no one going to be over him on the earth. Yes, he's going to have governors. Yes, he's going to have his men that no king does everything on himself. He needs advisors and things of that nature. He has a government. He has princes and things of that nature, right? And we see every society had a similar structure, right? We're just going to have a righteous head, all right, who's going to be the buck's going to stop at him. Everything's going to flow from him, right? And everything's going to be perfect. But when you get the damn white man, who's the damn basis of human beings, all right, he introduces this radical idea of, oh, let's everyone decide. Oh, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? When they really don't care what the hell you think, right? Democracy is an illusion. Democracy is white supremacy. Democracy is designed, all right, to trick you, all right, out of money, right, out of your damn freedoms, right, all of this stuff, right. Man, I can go. We can talk about this politics stuff all day, right? But again, our people think that this is the way, man. This America is not the way. First and foremost, America was designed off of your backs. It literally exists and is standing on a foundation of rape, robbery, murder. That's there, and then the system was built off of that, right? The system designed to keep the foundation in place. Like, why would I want to take out the foundation of my house? Why would I want to take a damn sledgehammer to the walls of my basement? I'm going to make my house come crumbling down. So why would I give the people who I've beaten into submission to build my house? Why would I give them any power to stand up when I need them to be bending down so I can be on top of their backs? Like, that does not make any good goddamn sense. But our people think that going outside, staying within that system is somehow going to make them able to stand. You are not able to stand. You being able to go to damn work every damn day, right? For a white man, you being a damn construction worker in a union, right? That's not you standing up, right? You having a damn $1 million contract to play for the damn LA Lakers. That's not you standing. That's you being exactly where they want you to be. All right, being a good nigga who's putting balls in hoops. All right, who's jumping from free throw lines. You're a good nigga crashing your head against another nigga. All right, getting damn CTE in the Roman Coliseums of the NFL. Like, our people don't understand that this place is literally designed to keep you exactly where they want you to be. That I am.
Hey, I want to let me back on a little bit of what Ariel said. I definitely agree with that. Like the system is not for us. We in a land of our oppressors. Kind of voting for our oppressors, trying to get our oppressors to change from oppressing us. That don't make sense. It's like going to a dang you in a pit of serpents, and when you see this one serpent, you try to get the one serpent to get the rest of the serpents to stop trying to bite you. I don't understand how people still believe in the system like that. I also wanted to bring out a precept too in Deuteronomy 17 and 15. It reads, "Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose, one from among thy brethren. Thou shalt set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother." Whenever you deal with just even the law, it don't make sense because even the curses came from us defying the law. So we sitting here voting for Esau, are we not further in our own oppression, right? By breaking the law. In Deuteronomy 30, it says we'll get back uh, to righteousness, to the Lord, but once we come back to the commandments and keep those. But I have no faith in Esau's system. It's not for us. I yield.
Con. Right? We got some more people on the stage. We got the brother Yasha on stage. You want to answer the question to the room and expound on the topic, Yasha?
Shalom, shalom.
Come on.
Um, from the little that I hear, I mean, I don't really get caught up in the politics of up here too much because you can see the hypocrisies in it, you know. So I that is a that I mean that is a conversation in reference to I don't know. It still has a lot of in the minds of certain conversations I'm listening to with the democratic thinking process. It seems like it's a slave mind concept. It's something our parents were feeding into us as they were becoming more freer. Where well, not my parents, but where it seems like coming out of slavery and emancipation and proclamation, we felt like we were free. Now we got to the point where we can still see the atrocities, and we cling to it more than we separate ourselves from it. And I don't know. I don't know. It's just this is just up here. I don't get it. But yeah, I digress.
Con, con, con. So what we do got to realize, right, is a lot of our people, the guy Ken, he was like, "What have your God done? Or what have your gods done?" Right? A lot of our people, they take this government as a religion, right? They take it as a religion. They take it as something they put their faith in, they trust in. And I mentioned that earlier, but once he tried to throw a jab at whatever God we serve, right? The God we serve, he made a couple jabs at it, like, what have your gods done? Oh, you must be talking about Black Wall Street, or it be y'all that want to charge people and not do nothing for the community. He try to round us all up with the Christian pastors and this, that, and the third. But what he doesn't realize is that, you know, money that gets spent on advertisement, money that gets spent on politicians to have them write up papers and push agendas, all that really means nothing if you don't have these people at the bottom. Because, like brothers were saying, like, the only reason America was established was because they had our people at the bottom. This place was created off of your oppression, right? The inception of this place was created off of the blood, sweat, and tears of your ancestors working uh, uh, the meat off their fingertips, picking cotton. You know what I'm saying? Working hard, cutting sugar cane and tobacco fields and whatever,
Con,
right? That that was the inception of this place. You know what I'm saying? So how could you assimilate into a system that was built off of your oppression? It's like you're willingly being a slave just as long as you're a house nigga slave. With that, I yield.
God, a
con,
real quick shower part. And see, this is what these Negroes don't understand. These same Negroes will encourage people to fight in wars because America is being attacked. They will send their children all the way overseas to fight in a war. And when you start talking about the black man arming himself, and we know that our weapons is not carnal, but they're spiritual. Okay, so we understand that we're not saying to take up arms and go up against this government because, yes, the white man was given the sword. He was given that blessing. That sword was his. But we're saying that you're not going to vote your way out of this. And there's going to be wars. And there's going to be, the Bible tells you when Yahweh Shai comes down, coming back in second edges, it tells you that the people are going to be fighting. You see what I'm saying? So ultimately, it will be different wars and race wars, and those will be the things that really make the immediate change because the so-called white man is not giving you his power by voting. Every Negro that goes up there in politician, whether he's a mayor, he has to follow the script, or you end up like Kennedy. He has to follow the script. He cannot make his own decisions as far as getting black people out of their conditions. Yes, he can do little things for black people, but that has to be on the script too. That has to be on the agenda what he can do and what he cannot do for black people. And what he won't do is freedom and put them over the white man. That's what he will not be able to do. Even if he wants to do that. If he wants to do that and decide to not follow the script, they're going to bring out some garbage on him. And they're going to get him out of there. And they're going to lock him up. And they're going to bring him to the press and they're going to demonize him. This is what they do. So black people will never be able to get out of their condition from voting. With that, I yield.
Hey, did that one brother, the one brother that said, stop, basically kind of stop the street preaching and, why don't you just go run for office? I wish he was still in here because my question would be, my boy, when's the last time you run for office? You know what I'm saying? Like, what have you done in that area that thinking that we can, vote our way out of oppression is kind of low key a weak ass mindset and a coon's mindset, in my opinion.
Um, I, yeah, that coon mindset is very unique. I see that. We can, like I said, we can see all the things that they can do to us, and we still sympathize with them. So these are the last hours anyway. So most high coming soon, huh?
Con, it's a coward method. Go along to get along. See, these people don't really want freedom. They're looking for individual comfort in a hellhole. That's what they're looking for. They're not looking for true freedom of the nation. They're looking that they can be okay. Looking that they can go to the parties and the caviar parties and rub elbows with these demonic politicians and be comfortable for them and their children. But they're not thinking as a nation. Because they know damn well as a nation, we're not going to overthrow the white man by voting. Like brother said, there can only be one king. It's going to come through war and bloodshed like every other time. And that's just what it is.
A lot of our people do have that mindset too that let's be individuals too. That's what I noticed with brothers. Once I came into the truth, and I'm seeing the way people in the truth move versus, how people outside the truth move. What you'll find typically, especially the brothers, to be like, let's go vote and all that. It's always an individual mindset because once we get down to like the values and like as far as us, they always want to kind of present themselves as they want to build a nation. But then if I ask you the question like, can I smoke crack? Hey, that's all you, brother. Do what you do. If that brother doing this, it's all good. They don't really got a mindset to build a nation. They're not gonna rebuke nothing. They just gonna kind of believe in individualism, and that that is never gonna help us out.
Hello.
Yeah, I was about to say the
Mario,
same
did you have
thing.
anything to say?
Yeah, well, kind of. I've been kind of in and out. I'm on the plantation, but I did want to. Ariala, I didn't catch everything he said, and I don't want to take anything out of context, but I did want to walk with that brother on his understanding. When we talk about this system of that we are telling people not to participate in it. So when you don't participate in it, it's not going to work for you. This system, it does, it has issues, but there is a system of checks and balances. And I just want to ask that brother, prior to these type of systems existing, is he comfortable with being under a King Cyrus or whomever the tyrant was prior to Cyrus and Xerxes? And what if these people were this one man rulership that you want to be on, or that would advocate for it? What if these are wicked individuals? That provides no checks and balances. Like, I don't have a say so. Like, if I want, I don't know, read the Bible, King Cyrus has to say that that's okay to do that, and I find a big problem with that, brother.
So I'm assuming that tomorrow was talking to me, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sorry, because I'm working, so anyway, I typically when I hear your voice, I typically tune it out. But anyway, um, when we look at King Cyrus, look at all these different people that we were oppressed by. Even looking at the Romans, even under the Romans, we pretty much were able to do our own thing, right? We were able to continue to keep our, quote unquote religious, uh, festivals, things of that nature, keep our law, right? Even under the Medo-Persians, we were allowed to do that. Now, I'm not advocating for my people being oppressed at all, right? But I'm not advocating for is our people being part of a system, all right, whether it's democratic or autocratic, right, where we are not in charge, where we don't have freedom, where we are not autonomous or sovereign. Okay, so the Bible says in what's that, Proverbs 29:2, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Right? We look at the Assyrians; they were oppressive. They would go into different lands, they would gentrify them. They would take people from this place and put them in this place and use them for, whatever purpose they saw fit. Right? We see the Babylonians. They did the same thing. They made the nations to quake. Right? They were oppressive. We see the Medo Persians to an extent were oppressive. We see the Greeks were oppressive. The Romans were oppressive. I'm not advocating for my people being oppressed by anyone. The reason why our people are oppressed is because we want to follow after these nations that are oppressive. The Lord uses these nations to oppress us because we want to follow after them. That's what goes on. So what I'm advocating for is our people, so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, to get your head out of the white man's ass. Get your head out of the ass of all these other nations that you're trying to follow after because you are better than them, right? You're better than them. These people literally worship pieces of stone that they made with their hands. That's stupid. Okay? That's literally the definition of stupidity is worshiping something that you created. Should not the thing that you created worship you? Like that's backwards. So our people are just going backwards instead of moving forward. And the way we move forward and progress and excel is by us understanding our position as the best people in the earth. We're only going to be the best people on the earth if we use the wisdom that our God gave us, which is these laws, statutes, commandments, the Torah. Okay? And when we come back to that, then we will be placed back on top of these nations, right? Where now they're subject unto us and not the other way around, where we will rule them with righteousness. That's what I'm advocating. So no, I'm not for all right being oppressed by the damn Persians. All right, and nor am I for us being oppressed by the damn Americans. Because guess what? You talk about these checks and balances. What checks and balances do you have, Tamario? What can you do? You Mr. Potato Head, living in Louisiana or Texas, wherever the hell you live. What the fuck can you do to stop anything that's going on that you don't like? You can't do a goddamn thing. Okay? You can't. So fuck all those checks and balances. Fuck all that noise you're talking about. All right? What we gonna do is what we've been doing. All right, and that's pushing the truth of this Bible and leading our people in the path of righteousness. With that,
I hear you, brother. It's a busy Monday. Like I want to respond, but I hear you though, man. We can agree to disagree. And I can put a pin in that for now.
Yeah, but tomorrow, listen, how can you even rely on just check and balances that was actually built on oppression, right? You say you want to believe in this system because that's part of it too. You're believing in what you're subscribing to what they are pushing out there. You're saying, hey, listen, at least they have this system in place that we can follow that can maybe help us when the whole foundation of the whole system is just wicked, right? So that's the point brothers are bringing out is like, we cannot rely on this system. It wasn't designed and built for us as a nation. All right. When you look in history, in the scriptures, which we know you don't subscribe to, right? We did greater when we were led by our own nation, people of our own nation, right? And that's what the whole thing with Christ coming back is all about. Like Ariella brought up in Proverbs 29 and 2, right? When the righteous bear rule, Yahweh Shah is righteous. When he's bearing rule, right? And we rule the nations under Yahweh Shai, that's how the earth will be is stable, not under their own beast system. That's just not going to help us. No matter how, whichever way you want to slice this cake, man, it's not going to work once it ruin rulership.
So this system gives us a voice, right? Based on the system that prior to this, I like regular folks like us or like myself, I couldn't have my own opinion. This one ruler, were to make the rules and you had to follow, and it was just that simple. Now, some people choose not to, um, kind of partake in this liberty of expressing how they feel about something, like the narrative that I'm hearing on this stage. But I don't believe that. I think that if say 1,000 brothers and sisters showed up every day at somebody's at these elected officials locally every day, here's who we are, here's our problems. And it's more detailed than that. Like we have to stop pledging allegiance to one party, like make these people actually uh earn this black vote. Like actually have a lot of power. We're just, we're basic bitches. Excuse my language. Like we don't hold these people feet to the fire, and mainly because people out there telling us that, hey, this system ain't for you. You're wasting your time, right? But I don't agree with that. And
Okay,
as I
Tamayo, hold on. You said you don't agree with that, right? How long have you been doing this? This whole vote Democrat and vote for people that will fight for you, and all right, that they'll always fight for you. How long have we been going through this whole cycle?
yeah, my point is we're not doing it the right way. Like we don't. That's why I brought out earlier. The first thing I said,
That's Tamari.
like
That's my
we
whole point, right? Is it even supposed to work? What do you mean we're not doing it the right way?
well, nothing comes easy. As that brother, and I had to do something for work. Another brother that hopped on the stage. Yeah, I probably kicked him off. I'm just really curious what he had to say. But I even said it beforehand, right? Like, so black people, we show up. We show up in the like presidential election, but that's why I brought out earlier when I start living in the burb, with the white people, right? Like these people be out there in midterms. I'd be like, why these people are really boots on the ground, right? But if I'm being honest, we not out there telling these people who we are, putting work in. Like that requires work. Like these people ain't gonna just come and seek us out. Yeah, I see it on the news that these people have problems. No, we have to hold these people foot to the fire. But I want to go a step beyond that. We should be grooming people that look like us to get these elected posts, because they don't just give them to white people. Like they still have to earn it. Like that's a thing. Like that's what this system creates. And I would like my
Hey, Tamari,
chances.
but real quick, I don't mean to keep cutting you off, but as you're talking, I really want to touch a certain point you're bringing up, right? All right, so you said we should groom our children, right? Let's say our generation. We teach our children
raise them up where they be part of the elective the political system structure of this nation, right? To raise them up to be leaders, like to be governors, president, judges, and all that. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Now, if we raise them up that way, right, and they decide to run, and brothers already brought up this point earlier, will they have to adjust themselves to the system of this society? Will they have to do that? Yes or no? Or they could just do whatever they want as they see please?
So I think we're going too far with that. Like, can you imagine if a when a police shoots like a unarmed black man or something to that effect, right? Can you imagine if like the district attorney that, well, are we going to press charges or are we not going to press charges? Like, what if that district attorney is a Hebrew Israelite? Like, it's about to go down, right? Like, we don't even have to. So this is what I'm saying. When we tell people not to participate, we are allowing other people to govern us. That's and when somebody is unjustly or they got too much time on our hands, and when we're not trying to get into these house seats, like, because we can amend these laws, like if enough people did it, like it's not gonna like I'm tired of
To Mario, the whole
Mario.
point. Go ahead, Elder.
No, Salakia, to Mario. Hey, Ari, can you give me one scripture real quick?
I got
First
you.
Corinthians 2 and 14. Because, and to Mario, we're going to let you continue, brother. But listen, man. Like, to Mario's method, because I keep putting that. And to Mario, you can't answer it. What people have ever voted their way to freedom in history, historically? Because that's why history is so important. We have to look at history. What nation of people have ever voted their way to freedom? It has
the
not been
Greeks,
done.
the Greeks, the Greeks.
No, the Greeks did not.
They,
The
they had
Greeks,
to fight for that.
Oh
People
my
died
the
for that.
God.
No,
Greeks,
they
listen,
did. They did, bro.
The Greeks, listen. The Greeks went to war. Alexander the Greek.
Right.
That's why he had 4 generals. Ptolemy went in Egypt and took Egypt down. Okay? The Greeks went to war. They didn't vote their way to freedom. They conquered places. They went to war. So that's historically not correct. So this is what I'm saying. And give me that, Ari. Give me that.
I got you. 1 Corinthians 2 and 14. But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God.
See, this is the thing. Because Tamari is a natural man. Read on.
For they are foolishness unto him.
They are foolishness to Tamario. Okay, honestly, Tamario does not believe in Jesus Christ coming back to save us. To him, that looks like foolishness. You're going to sit here and wait for the skies to open up? No. He doesn't believe in that method. Because why? It's foolish to him. He doesn't see America coming down. He doesn't see, because if he really saw America coming down, he wouldn't be persuading our people to vote for a system that's coming down. That's why Martin Luther King himself realized. He said, I do not want to put my people in a burning house. Because he realized that this was coming down whether you believe it or not. And it's coming down fast. That's why the book of Zephaniah said, there's the kingdom, this hastens greatly, the day of judgment. It hastens greatly. That's why you see all this destruction. That's why you see vaccine shots being put on the people. They know that their system is coming down. Okay? Read on, brother.
God. Neither can he know them.
Neither can he know them. Come on.
Because they are spiritually discerned.
Because they're spiritually discerned. So you got to be spiritual to understand that. So to the natural man, that seems foolish. To wait for Christ to come to save you seems foolish. But it ain't foolish. Because Zephaniah, give me one more real quick. Give me Zephaniah 2 and 8, where Christ says, wait upon me till I rise up to the prey. Because to the spiritual man, that's not foolish. The spiritual man see this destruction coming. I think it's Zephaniah 2 and 8. He sees this destruction coming. And just like Noah did, he's warning the people. Tamario say, well, I've always heard this. I've always heard that the last days is coming. I've heard this for long, and I'm not going to encourage black youths to wait for that. I'm going to encourage them to make America great again. Build this system. Vote. Therefore, we can build up and we can build this system, this wicked system that's on its way out. No, it's not going to work like that, Tamaria. Ari, can you get me that Zephaniah 2 and 8 real quick?
It's 3 and 8, Elder, but I got
3 and 8, Salakia.
Zephaniah chapter 3 and verse 8. Therefore, wait ye upon me.
Yahweh Shai said, wait ye upon me. So it's not foolish to the spiritual man. We know what's coming down. We know the destruction. We see what they call the so-called UFO doing all type of things. We know that those are the angelic forces of God, whether you believe it or not. That's how the spiritual man thinks. Read.
Until the day that I rise up to the prey.
Until the day that he rise up to the prey. Come on.
For my determination is to gather the nations that I may assemble the kingdoms.
That he may assemble the kingdoms. Come on.
To pour upon them my indignation.
To pour upon them his indignation, and he's doing that every day through the tornadoes, through the hurricanes that's hitting Texas and these wicked areas that abuse his people. These tornadoes, floods, and hurricanes are destroying these white races in their areas because what they did, they lynched black people like it was going out of style. So he's bringing all type of fury and destruction on them. Read on.
Even all my fierce anger for all the earth.
Even all his fierce anger, come on.
For all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy.
So all the earth is going to be devoured. So whether you vote or not, or you encourage black people to vote, it ain't going to matter. This place is going down. And that's one thing King realized. He said, I'm not going to push my people in a burning house that's down, that's getting ready to fall, man. And that's what it is, whether you believe it or not. But you got to be spiritual to believe it. You can't be a natural man. And with that, I yield.
Hey, Tamario, I'm disappointed, man. You said the Greeks voted their way.
That's a fact. That's a fact. If I could.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, let's unpack that. Respect to what the elder said. Their freedom or liberation didn't start with Alexander. It was actually Athens, Greece, at or around 508 BC.
Tamario,
That's not what I said, Tamaria. I said you said that they voted their way. I mean, we didn't talk nothing about when the Greeks came in to power. You said they voted their way, and I told you that's not true. That's why they had generals and war generals that went to war. For example, Ptolemy went into Egypt and destroyed Alexandria and conquered the Egyptians. So they never voted their way. They might have voted among each other, but when it came to conquering other nations, they didn't vote. They didn't vote. Besides, before they went into Egypt, they didn't vote to go into Egypt. They didn't ask the Egyptians take a vote. They went in there and they conquered Egypt. And we know why they did that. It was allowed. So come on, Tamario, just be accurate with what you're saying.
All right, I got
That's
you.
a lot.
I got you, Elder.
Hold on. No, tomorrow. You are literally, you love the Greeks, right? But don't even understand Greek history, right? So, what language did the Macedonians speak?
Greek.
No, they did not speak Greek. They spoke what's called Dorian Greek,
Oh yeah,
which was
sure.
which was a different type of Greek than the Greek of the rest of the Greek archipelago, right?
I mean, but here's the thing, though. Like, let's not. Let me clarify some things. The whole concept of democracy started in Athens in 508, well before 334, before Alexander went on this conquest. We talking almost 200
I
years. So,
know that. I
all
know
right,
that,
so that's number
bozo.
one.
Hold on, tomorrow. I know that, bozo. Right?
All right,
What's
and to put
what is Dorian? What is the Dorian invasion? You ever heard of the Dorian invasion?
oh goodness, it's inconsequential, Ariella.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because here's the thing: you have different city states in Greece. Yes, they had democracy, right? But those people are the original Greeks or the original Ionians, right? Which goes back to the Hebrew word Yowan, all right, rendered as Jabin, Romanized, right? So Yowan, right, where you get the word Ionia, right? That's the original Greeks. Those are the original Greeks. These are sons of Japheth. These are melanated people who had democracy. All right, so that's not true. Okay, that's not true at all. So you had Japhetic people who were living in their places. They had democracy, right? And then you had the invasion of the Macedonians who spoke Dorian Greek, right? They were not seen as actual Greeks, and this is where Philip of Macedon and Alexander the Great come from. They're not aboriginal to that land, and they took over. So when he's asking you, did the Greeks, did any people get freedom through democracy? It was actually the opposite. The original Greeks, who had a democratic system, fell to invaders. And then guess what? They didn't use democracy, all right, to fight their invaders. They used the sword, right? Democracy did not help them. So Alexander and the Macedonians, they took over Macedonia, they took over Greece, and they spread and took over the Medo-Persian uh, territories. Like they took over Tyre, they took over Zidon, they took over Egypt, they took over the Indus River Valley. This is the Greeks that the elders asking about, right? What you're conflating are the original Greeks, which are Javetic people who are different than the Macedonians, all right, which is the so-called white man, the Edomites. That's the difference. You don't know history, so stop speaking on things that you don't know about.
Are you through grandstanding now, brother? So to put all of what you just said in context, the reason why they picked up the sword, so to speak, is the same rulership that you and from India to Egypt was under. Those people like Darius and Xerxes, like those people were the first people to actually cross from Asia to Europe to invade Greece. 3 times. They did that 3 times. Now, why is this important? Because if they would have succeeded in that, this freedom, what I call freedom today, would not exist. Because prior to these Persians, there was Assyrians, there was the Babylon Empire, there was this Egyptian.
Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop, Tamaria. Just stop. Okay. The original question was no nation of people ever voted their way out. The Greeks did not go into Egypt and tell them vote before we took it over. People conquer. Listen, this cowardly method, man, of black people, this cowardly method of black people wanting to join in the system, man, because they don't want to take up arms or they don't want to fight. And in no way we know that we're not going to be able to take up arms against the so-called white man. We know that. We know, but that's not to say we won't arm ourselves if needed. Everybody has to protect themselves. But we clearly understand that he that lets them in power will take him out when it's time. The book of Thessalonians talk about that. And that's why, Tamaria, a conversation with us and you will never work because you're not on the same path that we're on. You're not spiritually on the same path. You just keep trying to justify. And now you're going to history and trying to justify. And the brother Ariel broke it down. The same question is out there. No people have ever voted to get themselves out of their condition. It's just what it is. So just be real about it and stop it, man. And let's move on. Let's not even justify that because it has never happened historically. Nobody have voted. People have always conquered and took over land. Okay? When America went, they didn't ask Saddam Hussein to vote before they went and took him over. When Afghanistan, they didn't ask them people to vote before they invaded Afghanistan. No time. Hitler didn't ask the people, the so-called Jewish people, to vote before he took over Nazi Germany. Napoleon didn't ask the people in Haiti when he went and tried to conquer them. This is a coward method, man. This is a coward mindset. It's never worked. Voting has never got independence for no nation. Let's stop even trying to justify it, man, and move on. It hasn't been done historically.
Hey, tomorrow, you know what voting is? It's an illusion of freedom. That's really what it is. To make you think you're free, that you are actually making a difference.
So, I hear y'all, and I just have to bring out that what you're telling me, because we want to attack the natural man. So let me follow you, brothers. Let me, if I have children, let me have them listen to you tell them that they came out of captivity from Egypt. They went into a Babylonian captivity, an Assyrian captivity, a Persian captivity. Like, I don't want my children indoctrinated with just oppression like that. Like, that doesn't work for me, because I'm not. That's not liberating at all, because everything is oppression. What I don't have, in this system that I see differently, it's a at this point now, by hook or crook, we ended up getting it. Sure, it has a past that some of my ancestors didn't get to benefit from, but I can't say that today, and I can't compare. That's just what it is. But if I want my kids to listen to you, it's gonna be all about oppression. I don't find liberation in that. I wouldn't want to teach children that.
Hey, tomorrow, you
But
know
Nah,
see,
what I want to
tomorrow,
say?
Tomorrow,
Real
real
quick.
quick, I'm gonna let y'all brothers join in. Just stop, and I don't want to keep jumping in. Just stop. We do not just teach our children about oppression. We teach our children about great men like David, Solomon, Joshua, Moses, Abraham, men that took what they want under the Spirit of God, what you call God. We don't just teach our people about oppression. We teach our people about the great history that we had. Okay, so just stop that we just always complaining and teaching our people about oppression. We teach our people about the great history, and we teach our people how they gonna come back and have even a greater history under the spirit of our King Yahweh Shai. This is what we teach our people: the glorious kingdom that's coming. How Yahweh Shai is going to take down this system, whether you believe it or not, and how the angels are already working and the Most High is already working, taking our system down. So we just don't teach our people about Babylonian captivity and oppression. That's a lie. That's a lie. And with that, I yield.
So not so much teaching, but that's just historically accurate. So, like, no matter what the doctrine is or what the narrative is, according to your narrative, we've been in that position or posture of like of some type of captive. So we have to. It is paramount that we find out what's going on. Like, we have to, because let's say we get, I always have to use this example. Let's say America somehow say, you know what, natives, blacks, and Hispanics, however it goes, right? We're gonna give you America, and we're gonna go somewhere else. um, because this system ain't for us. What do we know? Like, history has told me that. What do we know about having a military? And that's not me saying we don't have the capability to do it. But this is a new age, a new way of doing things. So when this military leaves, and we hear they give us this land, somebody may want to get aggressive and come get this. Like, what do we know about defending from these new age threats? So it's important that we get into this system. We can all agree that there was a period of time in history where it was against the law for us to learn or be edified in general. So we have to get up to speed, because if we're wherever y'all are trying to take us, you know
Tomorrow, that's where the problem is. The fact that we have to beg another man, right, for a certain level of freedom. Every 50, 60, 70 years, they feel like giving us one, they give us one, right? That's what the problem is. We don't want to live in that type of system anymore. You are comfortable living in that system. I can hear it in your voice. Well, at least they're giving us some. Master giving us a little crumbs. That's what you're teaching us. You telling me to raise my son to keep promoting a society that gives them a bit of freedom every 60 to 70 years when they feel like it. That's what you're teaching me today to tell my son to be raised up in. And that's pure madness. All right. Now you keep talking about this oppression. You know it's wise to pay attention to what's going on around you, right? I'm going to read a scripture. I know you don't believe in the Bible, but I'm going to read it for the edification of the nation anyways. Right? Ecclesiastes 7:7 reads, surely oppression maketh a wise man mad. So you are wise when you see your people being oppressed, right? And you trying to make a difference about it. Not you because you got your little apartment or your house, you got your car and your job, and you think that's living free. You think that's being happy. That's what you think in your mind. And that's delusional. All you care about is yourself and a very selfish way to think. And even with that, you're still not free. You have to ask for permission for everything that you do in your life. That's not being a free man. All right. So yes, you are wise when you feel and see the oppression of your people and you speak out against it. You are wise when you teaching your nation how to live a righteous life so we can be the head and not the tail. Right? We can be the nations that the nation that all these other nations look up to, man. Right? And the gift destroyeth the heart. You are so caught up in the little gifts they're giving you, right? Your little tax you get every year, right? The little freedom they give you to allow you to live and breathe air. It's madness to Mario. To me, that's not freedom. Yes, I might be comfortable in my own little life, but I think greater than just myself. And that's what your problem is. You're a very selfish individual. With that, I yield.
So Ari, you don't know me, brother. Like I'm not.
I know. Yes, I do, brother. I
No,
know
no.
you.
Let me
I
tell you
know
why.
you. I
No,
listen. I know everything I need to know. For you to open your mouth and talk about, oh well, at least my forefathers couldn't do this, but I can do this now, right? For you to open your mouth and say that, man, you sound retarded to me, man. After you see the plight of our people, yes, I know you. I know everything I need to know. I don't need to know anything else about you. When you don't care about your own people, you're a damn demon to me, man. And that's a fact, man.
all right. So let me tell you who I am, bro. Like I don't care about materials or this and that, right? Like I care about humanity and creating my own glory, something that contributes to mankind. Like that is what like Nobel prizes, right, in physics or in math or even in literature, whatever it is, right? Like something that is going to make a difference that it impacts like the entire world. So that's who I am. Just to clear that up, brother, because I felt like you just bear false witness. Like I don't care about
No, I did not bear false. Listen,
houses and
you
cars and
listen,
all of this other
listen,
stuff.
listen. Again, that's what the elder was getting into, right? We're going to see things differently. So I did not bear false witness on you. I care for my nation. The Most High only loves one nation of people, one people only. All right, and that's what I'm speaking upon. All right, and from your words out of your own lips, everybody heard you. It's all about coming and joining with these other people, adhere to their system, bow down to them, and hope that He give us freedom. That's what you're saying. How is that false witness? Compared to how I see things, I don't see things that way. I don't see it that way at all. I don't think about just myself because it's bigger than me, right? When I go downtown Atlanta, it's primarily my people that are homeless, rolled up in little blankets and begging for food and money. You understand? So for you not to see it that way, that tells me that you don't care about your own people. You're all this, all one. We're gonna be one, all mankind. What has mankind done for you?
I think the better question is, what am I doing for mankind? That's just the way I see it, brother. We can
Oh
agree
my
to
lord,
disagree. No, I mean, I mean that, bro. Like
tomorrow, man. You know what? We just keep you up here so you can just run your mouth and show how wicked you are and how we can use you to teach our people, man, because you're ridiculous at this point.
Have I said anything wicked, brother?
Yes, yes, you have. When you keep talking about uniting with everybody, right? And us to, you know, basically join ourselves to this system that has done nothing for us, when we can see in the scriptures that we're supposed to have leaders that are of our own nation, right? That's the only way we can rule in righteousness, right? You keep talking about, oh yeah, you know, we could do it together. Why are we not in rulership? Why do they got to be the ones in rulership? Have you ever thought about that? Why are you so comfortable with the damn so-called white man ruling over you?
Well, so number one, nobody in this system we live in, like present day, no one's ruling over me. But I have to put things in
Are you
perspective.
serious? Who's the
What
president right now? What nation is he from? What is he? Is a so-called black man? Someone of African American descent?
again? That it
No,
doesn't.
no. Answer my question. And even if that's the case, that still doesn't matter if he's not living a righteous life. But listen, I'm asking you a simple question: who is leading right now? Who's over you right now? Who's the president of this nation that makes the laws and does all this stuff? Answer that question. Does he look like you?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then.
Joe
And that's my
Biden, I
point.
think.
That's my point to Mario. He doesn't look nothing like you.
All right, so Ari, I want to be like I like physics. Is he stopping me from being a physicist? Is this system stopping me from being a physicist and unifying relativity with quantum mechanics and collecting my Nobel Prize and collecting my 1.5 million for doing that? Is he
Wow.
stopping me from
Listen,
doing that?
listen to
Hey,
everything you're saying
Salaki.
to Mario.
Hey,
Listen, go ahead.
Salaki. Hey, Salaki, I just want to bring out a couple of scriptures. Just for the edification of the crowd, because I know Tamario, he don't really yield to the wisdom of the scriptures, but this is why we don't. This is why we ain't trying to attach ourselves to the system, to Mario. And you should apply this wisdom as well. It would really help you. It can't hurt you at all. It will really help you. This is Proverbs 11, verse 21, right? And it reads, "Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered." Right? But the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. Right? So who is that seed of the righteous? Right? That's the Israelites. That's the Israelites. And so though your hand joins in hand to the system, to Mario, those people who oppress the Israelites are not going to go unpunished. And if you choose to hold hands with them, you will be punished. Now, whether you believe this or not, you need to apply this wisdom, and maybe this fate won't happen to you. So let me pull one more scripture for you to just let you understand why we not cooning over here, and why we understand that cooning is counterproductive, brother. Trying to build a system, or trying to build within the system to the point where you think you're gonna make, like really drastic changes using what they already have in place is just madness. Hold on, let me get this other precept. I know you want to come back with some madness. Isaiah 13, verse 15, right? Everyone that is found shall be thrust through, and everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword, right? What does that mean? Everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. So if you are raising your kids to be the ops, and those who are joined to them, and them being the heathens, being the oppressors, if you're raising your kids to be joined to them, you're raising your kids to die. This is what you're doing, because you're raising them to be the ops of the Most High. You're raising them literally to be the ops of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. And that is not going to be profitable for them or you. We have to understand, man, that we have an enemy, and it may sound like a played out old story, but you have to pay attention to your enemies and never trust them. Sirach 12 and 10. Never trust thine enemies. And so what your problem is that you're trusting them and you're trusting in their system instead of trusting in the Most High God who is for you, but he's not going to be for you if you're joined unto them, right? So, this is just a little wisdom, for the layman. So if you think that you're going to join hand in hand with the wicked and you think you're going to prosper, you got another thing coming. And with that, I yield.
Con, and everybody, it's popcorn style today. So if you have anything to add on, just say Salakia and add to the conversation. All right. We're not doing food today. Go ahead, Karen. Carol.
Yes, man. I just want to say shalom to all the brothers them on stage, and me, you brothers are bringing out some powerful points, man. And that brother there, to Mario, man, I can see that brother is really gone because what made I come up on stages is that as you were bringing out and showing him certain things, Ari, is that I have an uncle that lives in the states. I'm in Canada, but my uncle that lives in the states, and he travels a lot, and they just took away that man passport, man. And you know what I mean, and now he can't even leave the country because they need to investigate why is he traveling so often. So to hear him brothers on stage talking about we are free and we can do all of these things is just a bunch of bullshit, man. Excuse my language, man. You know what I mean? We really need to get it together, man. We really need to understand simple basic things, man. You know, we were taken away from our land, man, and we were came into this place as captive, man. And those people that were here first and go through all the hard work on the plantation, you know what I mean? They made kids, and we are their offsprings. So they came here of captive, which means we're still here of captive, man. So people need to get out of this mindset because the shackles and the chains is off your feet, and now you can go to school because you couldn't go to school before back then, and you couldn't do certain things back then, living in this illusion of a mindset thinking that we're free, man. We need to get out of this mindset, man. And I'm tired of hearing brothers, you know what I mean, coming up on stage and speaking the way they're speaking, man. It shows me that these brothers don't even love their own self, man. And you could imagine, man, what their offspring is going to be like with a mentality like that what they have, man. You know what I mean? So I just want to say, you know what I mean, thank you to all you powerful brothers on stage, man, who's raising your kids in the right way, man. Because when we do that, man, that's how we're gonna build a nation up, man. That's how we're gonna be able to see each other and identify each other and know each other and have that love for each other, man. To know that we're not gonna sell drugs to our brothers and do all of these things that the system, you know what I mean, promote, you know what I mean, through our rappers and through our actors and you know what I mean, and just teaching us how to be in a dead mind state, man. And with that I yield, man. But thank you to all you brothers, man.
Salakia. I'm going to teach my offspring that they are the author of of their own story, of their reality. I don't know how long brothers and sisters been waiting, and I don't even want to challenge that particular part. But in the posture we hold right now in this nation, I control my narrative. I want to teach all young people that they control their own narrative because it's true, and I'm going to yield with that.
Hey, can I ask Brother Tomorrow a
Real quick,
question?
real quick. Let me ask the brother something because he went back. I like to go back on something. I appreciate again. This is Manatazak Tamayo. I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate your perspective on things, but I want to go back a little bit on something that you said with regard to us being active in our communities and going down to our local politicians, taking 1,000 people into the front doors of our local politicians. Did I say that correctly? And if I didn't say that correctly, please correct me. That sound like what you said. That
Yeah, yes, sir. Can
okay.
I know you want to ask a question, but can I give just real quick, just some little context on that? So I actually have a degree in political science. Like I was all geared up to be a politician, and I used to ask like all my homeboys, just people, just hey, let's go to this city council meeting, right? I would still go, but there may have been like like an older black couple, maybe two of them there, but we don't show up for that. Or if some politician was holding some type of rally or some type of meeting, get to, fellowship or just meet the people, right? Like we don't show up for those. So yes, in that context, because I have that firsthand experience of wanting to be that, and yes, I'm very comfortable in saying that we don't show up like that. We don't put in the enough work.
Okay, so you're saying that that's what we should do. Just they should take 1,000 black men, women, and children and show up in front of the door of a politician and advocate our rights. Am I correct?
All in context. We can't blindly pledge allegiance to one party. We have to be independent. That's when we look at the reason why Trump was the way he was, because if he did something that those people didn't like, he's gonna have to pay for that by them because they control the shots. That's an elected post. So in proper context, yes, and I'm saying that just to touch on the conversation we had last night. And I draw this comparison from growing up in a black neighborhood my whole life and living in a white neighborhood. Like these people, like they see on TV, they see, a BLM rally somewhere or this and that, but they don't know what it's like to be profiled per se, right? Like they hear that, but like police, like in the neighborhood I live in now, like police aren't just patrol, because niggas ain't outside. It's not these big, just. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but in our community, like somebody may be smoking weed, a fight may break out, like things, just things happen. And my biggest point is these people don't understand all of the nuances of these type of things. Just and so when we don't show up to actually express these issues, yeah, that's a problem.
Okay. So first of all, I think the problem would be if you show up in front of a bunch of black people show up in front of any politician's house, somebody's going to end up dead, locked up, or both. That's the first thing. But Tamario, you don't see a problem with that? The fact that black people, so-called black people, have been in this country over 430 years, and we still in 2022 are advocating, look at me, look at me, look. That doesn't bother you? That doesn't speak to a larger problem to you, that we have to galvanize people in the neighborhood to say, hey, pay attention to us? That's not a problem for you?
That is a problem with me, but at the same time, while we're walking together here, I have to have an honest conversation about in our community, we we reward ignorance. We tolerate willful ignorance.
Well, don't move the goalposts on me,
Well, I'm
brother.
not moving it. I'm not moving it. It
Don't
all
move the
ties
goalposts on me,
together. It
brother.
all ties together because if we walk how you're trying to take me, it's gonna seem one sided. So we got to have the full context. Like if all of this folly wasn't promoted and people were actually about their business, doing whatever it is they need to do, which they have that very liberty to do that. Because if I ask you, hey man, who's gonna stop any black man or woman from being, a scientist or going to Wall Street or or a pastor? Like literally nobody can stop an individual from doing that. But we out here rewarding all of this ignorance. That's kind of in our culture.
No, brother,
We gotta be honest about that, bro.
don't move the goalposts on me, brother. I'm talking about advocation. For instance, we already have apparatuses in place that's supposed to be doing that. The NAACP, the National Negro, forgot what you call those. I don't forgot. I used to know all these names, but we have advocacy apparatuses in place now. Why hasn't anything changed?
That's what I'm saying. So the power is in local election. I'm gonna give one example. So living in the suburbs, I have this appreciation for sidewalks. Where I grew up at, there were no sidewalks. Why I bring this up? Because if everybody in my community, that the place I lived at, we showed up to these city council meetings to say, hey, why don't we have sidewalks here? And we went there every Tuesday when they had this meeting, or even showing up to your local house rep that has to go to Washington to ask for funds. Like if we would have showed up, like even if it took a year, maybe 2 years, guess what? My community would have got sidewalks, bro. Like that's how that works. Like if I don't go express that, how they gonna know what problem it is? Yeah, they can see some soundbite on the news, but like that type of change requires work, man. Like I understand what you're saying. Oh, well, we haven't. Why are we still having to ask for this? Guess what? There are other people that are holding those people accountable. Hey, we don't have this. We don't have that. But you brothers are telling us, hey, don't do that. And those people are getting all the extras and the goodies, and
No,
we're
no,
just over here, not having
no,
it. And
no. You're misrepresenting my point, Tamario.
but not you in particular, not you in particular, but just
No, 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 no,
what's
no.
being brought up.
Let me bring clarity to my point because you said that I'm advocating for something. What I'm trying to show you is the people, the 1,000 people that you claim that you say should go in front of the politicians' homes. There are already groups that are supposed to be advocating on our behalf, and nothing has changed. And I'm asking you why.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to. I don't need those groups. Like the people, we are the power. And that power comes with numbers. I mean, that's an Israelite concept, right? Like we want the numbers. I don't need the NAACP. The people in the local communities that are impacted,
Hey,
like
Tamario,
that's.
1 second. When last have you done this yourself? When last have you organized or galvanized a group of people and took them to your local legislator's house or and stuff and do the protest like you just saying? When last have you done that?
No, it's been a minute. Back when I was very zealous and eager to do that, I noticed that like people didn't want to go, and I ultimately lost, just interest in general. I went to live my life, and it is what it is. But because we're having this conversation, I just have to point out the flaw in saying that, hey, this system isn't for you. Don't participate in it. Like that to me, I can't get with that type of concept, especially if people are listening to that. Like that's not the way to go, and I'm going to express that opinion.
Well, let me just. I'm gonna land my plane after this. And again, I appreciate these conversations with you, brother, because they show our people just how lost we really are. But I want to say this: what we are doing as Israelite men, women, and children, we are lining up in front of the doors of the politicians. We're doing that now when we're out on the corners teaching, when we're putting up the YouTube pages. That's exactly what we're doing. But what we're telling them is we don't want to do it under your rule. We don't want to do it under this rule. We want to do it under the rule of righteousness. So we're actually an advocacy group, but we just don't advocate for this kingdom. We want this place burnt to the ground. And I yield with that.
Hey, can I step in there real quick? I just want to kind of butt in and then butt right back out. Pause. Um, to Mario, the brother, I realize a flaw in what you were saying, and I only can identify it because I have conversations like this with one of my friends who he's not in the truth. He's an atheist. He believes in what you believe in, and we should just do politics and all that good stuff. But one thing that you got to understand is that you, not at one point in your speech, said that we needed to be in agreement before we, kind of. I wouldn't do it, but kind of knocked at the door of these politicians. What what are we coming under when we're doing this, right? You never put it in there, not in one sentence, that we at all needed to be in agreement. I recall you saying something about you were going to teach your kids, and you can kind of, I'm going to paraphrase, but you can correct it if needed. But basically, they can be them or something like that, or whatever. If you want to kind of provide clarity to
Oh no,
that,
they control their own. They write their story. They control their narrative. Like it's not like
exactly.
anyone. Yes,
See
absolutely.
that right there is an individual mindset. So you're teaching, and I'm not gonna knock your fatherhood, my brother, but that's the teaching of individualism, right? And that's not what our people need. That's not gonna that mindset has never, ever, ever, ever helped us, right? But rather divided us. And that's why I would ask questions like when I have my conversations with my friend about this, these particular topics, like so. If I can create my narrative, what is my narrative based on? Do we all have the same values? And then we're gonna go up to the doors of a politician with a confused council. That don't really make sense. But I just want to kind of point that out. Like, where is the agreement? What will we be coming under?
I mean, it's at a local level. Like whatever the if we say, well, hey, the schools over here or need resources, need work, like whatever. It's all local though. Like we can't like I can't be protesting in Dallas or wherever for something that happened in New Jersey or somewhere else. Like that's not like these things are local. Like that's where all the power is. So whatever it is locally, whatever the issues that so-called issues that we talk about that are plaguing the black community, that's I'm pretty sure we can all get on one accord on what those things are. We should have a long list
I
that
see.
we can agree on and drop
I,
them at the doorstep of these folks.
I would disagree with that, right? Because some of our people, right, they sell drugs in our community. They don't see that as a problem. I may see that as a problem, but they do not see that as a problem. So and this is why I prefer the truth over, worldly logic, right? Because now I'm under a thing, right? We follow the scripts. The scripts guide us. We don't go based on our emotion, and we're not telling people that they create their narrative. Is more so, hey, you can go that path if you want to, but it's not the probably not the best route. But I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. It's we're not all on the same page, and your option is not ever going to work, especially if we're not on the same page.
Well, I'm for them brothers that you're talking about, like because they're not only destroying the community, they're misleading our women. They're not properly teaching these kids. So I'm a big advocate of exiling them niggas anyway. Like they're, you know, y'all be like, show some compassion or this and that, but no, like they have them type of wicked brothers have way too much influence on the culture, and they don't deserve to be among us. And we need to start like righteous people need to start calling that out
Hey,
and
brother
go.
Tamario, can I just ask one thing real quick, brother?
Yeah,
Because
go
you
ahead.
said you said that certain other brothers mislead our women. How would they be misleading our women? What way?
So like when women I ain't talking about no women in this room. I know this ain't don't apply to Israelite women, so don't nobody be triggered here. But have you ever heard like a woman say, have all kind of righteous brothers trying to get, oh, he too nice, what a thug niggas that like, and so dudes are like women have this concept that this is a desirable type of guy, and so a young teenager is gonna do that because that's how he's gonna get the girl, right? Because they want the thug niggas, right? And so they are misleading them with that ignorance, because they think that type of behavior is okay. So that's what I mean by that, and I'm pretty sure you can't deny that that's a thing, bro.
I don't deny that that's a thing, but there's a problem in you. Well, just in you saying something like those brothers. misleading the women, which I agree, right? But I know for sure. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You don't necessarily stand on the script, so we're not in agreement. But if you're saying they're misleading the women, but also that we can all just create our own narrative, how do those two things walk together? Can't they
Right.
create their own narrative, or those women create their own narrative according to you?
You know what? That's a great point, bro. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. You got me there. I disagree. Like, but I have to respect that point you just made. That's a great point. You know.
So this what we're gonna do. Who just said? Oh, go ahead, Elder.
Come, Tawada. You know, I mentioned some things a few days ago, and I had to prove some things. Shalom to Mario, and
Oh,
and and
King.
the, and the young man came into Shalom and chill last night. We had a great conversation, but I realized in all that was shared with him, he took away none of it. And Joshua just brought out something that makes perfect sense when he talks about defining your own destiny and oh well yeah I got to go back and think about it. I disagree. How are you going to disagree with your own concept? He brought back to you your own premise, and you disagree with your own premise. This guy here, I'm listening. He went to school for political science, but he's never been into politics. He wants to speak about an experience that he doesn't have. All of this stuff is just talk with no value for us. It benefits the audience because they get to see how our people think. This man has nothing to offer. He's got no plan. Why don't you go out and continue your path to be a physicist, study physics, become a rocket scientist if that's what you desire. You know, I know that your father is deceased, but I wonder to myself, knowing where your father comes from, because you said he would be about 70, if he would be proud of you. Because everything you're saying is not about nation building. It's about being separate and going your own way and achieving here in this country if they allow you to do it. That's opposite of what we're talking about. And again, like I said before, why do you come in our rooms when you are in complete disagreement and what we're talking about is nation building and growing our nation and benefiting each other? You're only talking about benefiting you. Your experience of growing up in a black neighborhood, boo hoo, boo hoo, boo hoo. Then you move to a white neighborhood. And I told you last night, you come in here this morning talking about they don't understand. What did I tell you last night? They don't have to understand. That meant nothing to you. So why don't you mosey on down the road, get your PhD degree, teach your children what you want to teach them, and see how that all works out in the end, brother? Because you got no value here. You bring nothing to us. And I yield.
Hey,
Salakia. So,
Salaki. Salaki tomorrow. I'm gonna let you go in 1 second. It's just James 1 and 8 to Mario. It's an example. What you're doing right now, what you're showing is that you're an example of James 1 and 8, which says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, right? Because if you're when you're so programmed in a way where you believe in this system, it makes you double minded because now you're really getting into self hatred, and then once you get into that, it's like you uphold the Greeks and you uphold all these other societies and all these histories of all these other people who are not your people because you've been programmed just exactly the way America wants you to be programmed. And programmed people cannot deprogram people. You already programmed, so it's like you can't enlighten us pretty much on anything, even though you try. So that's all I want the audience to know is that this is an example of James 1 and 8. And please do not, if working in corporate America, and you're doing all these things to try to be successful for your family, that's great, but just don't take a selfish mindset and buy into the system and become double minded because that is going to be it's going to be a detriment to you in the end. But with that, I yield.
Hey, Tamario, I'll let you respond in 1 second. And after you respond, I want to kind of go to other people in the room just to give everybody a chance to speak. I know it's popcorn style, but sometimes some people don't want to, jump into the conversation because they feel like they're cutting people off. But I want to kind of give people the space to also speak. All right. This is your kosher breakfast out hot off the skillet, where we change the clubhouse into the Lord's house. This is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of HOI, House of Israel Congregation. Today's topic is: can the so-called blacks, Hispanic, and Native American man, woman, and child, right, vote their way? Well, maybe not child, but man, woman, vote their way out of oppression. Right? Is this real? Can we go back in history and see this actually happening in any establishment, any kingdom, any of them, right? So that's what this conversation is about. Please, click on the share button on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You see the 2 arrows going around. Click on that and share that. Share this room to your social media platforms. Invite your friends that you think that might have an opposing view on this topic. Bring them into the room so they can add to the conversation, so we can build. Also, follow the moderators, right? Bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Also, the brothers on stage and the sisters that came up to speak. Also, follow each other in the audience. And also, make sure you click on the greenhouse above our head here and follow the room. And throughout for the bodies that they come in here and build with us. Uh, HOI, which the platform is based on, Sakari Daga House, God First Gang, the Versus platform, Ram Gadal, and Sons of Thunder. Okay, but with that, I'm gonna yield back to the stage. To Mario, the floor is yours. After you, we're gonna yield to other brothers and sisters on stage. Well, go ahead, Mario.
Oh yeah, I got you. So I'm gonna yield to the just from the elder Elius. I'll yield for now, man. We'll let other brothers tap in.
Right. Go ahead, Zavadai.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been definitely listening, and that's the thing with ideology of oh, this is me, this is my life. Because before I came into the truth, I was like a hardcore coon, a hardcore atheist. I didn't believe in nothing. I believed in, oh, I'm gonna make my own path. You would see the homeless, you would see your people down in the stride, and you would think, oh well, I mean, they should have worked harder. Or you had that ideology when you're thinking of this world. Oh, well, I want to get out the hood. I want to make these millions. I don't want to help my people. I want to help myself. And that's the thing with having that ideology. I wanted to bring out a precept. This is Isaiah chapter 30, verse 12. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise this word and trust in oppression and perverseness and stay thereon. So just like people like Samario, they trust in the system, they trust in the white man. Just like when I was in the world of atheists, I believe that the white man can change, trying to mix water and oil together. Like, oh, we can be this melting pot. It's been over 530 years we've been in here. We still have to deal with racism. We still have to deal with police brutality. We still have to ask the white man to hear us out, to stop doing the wickedness that they've always been doing. We've only been out in this world around these people for what, about 30, 40 years. You in us being in the world, they think, okay, we've been enslaved for 500 years. It's going to change in 50. No, it's not. These people are going to continue being wicked, continue oppressing us until the Messiah comes back. And with that, I yield.
Khan, that's a great point. All right, we got a couple of people on stage. I know it's popcorn style, but I do want to give a couple of people a chance to speak. Let me see. I know Brother Karen spoke. Jose, did you speak yet? I think you did. I don't know.
Nah, I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Okay, go ahead, King. What you got to add to the topic? Go ahead. End the conversation.
Khan, I just want to say shalom to all you brothers and sisters on this.
Shalom.
Definitely want to give definitely want to talk to brother Tamario just a little bit about his viewpoint, because understanding I'm gonna take a kind of a different approach when it comes to this topic. Brother Tamario said some things like, what I'm saying, in this society you can create your own narrative, things of that nature. And I think the brother Joshua brought out a good point about how his own viewpoint flips back on him when you think about how certain people will be leading our women astray, this, that, and the third. I want to say that to that point, brother Tamario, when he says that you can create your own narrative in this world and in this society, I agree with him. And I'm gonna say that I agree with him that you can, and that's because it's set up by the people who run this country to give all heed and to give all this permission and access to all this folly that's being promoted. Because I know earlier he said that our people praise folly, our people praise saying all this madness and all this stuff that goes on in the world, which have nothing to do with our salvation and which will not lead us to back to being a righteous nation as we should be. But I agree with him that he said that we can create our own narrative because that's the way it's set up by the people who oppressed us. Earlier, I've been on the call in the room for a minute. Earlier, he said something like, "All we talk is oppression, oppression, oppression." Well, and I know the elder responded and was like, "No, we teach our children about the righteous men. We teach our children about who we once were as a nation." He doesn't want to teach his children that. Well, in this own society that you saying that we have a chance to make a way in by going, going to elected officials' houses, going on these long rants and tyrants and these parades that are not marches anymore. It wouldn't be unsuccessful. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be successful. And like they say in this world all the time, if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. I think that the biggest thing that the brother Tamario, and I'm not speaking on what he understands, I'm speaking on just what I've heard thus far. I think the biggest thing that you missing, brother, is that your viewpoint on how we should change this world is been cut down many a times by all the brothers on the stage, and it's even been cut down by your own self, because you sat up here and said to yourself that you tried to do these things. I think the brother Ari asked you, have you tried to, what I'm saying, put together like a rebellion or tried to put together a march to go to someone's house? And you agreed that you did, but that people wasn't interested after a while. It kind of didn't work, so you kind of lost interest in doing it. And my thing to that was, if you don't see how you continuously try to do something over and over and over again and it doesn't work, at what point do you realize whatever you're trying to get work will not work at all? It's kind of like insanity, just doing something over and over again and hoping to see a different result. Like Tamario, I'm not saying that you a fat brother, but say you a heavy set brother and you keep saying that, well, I want to lose weight, but yet you still eating McDonald's. You still eating all these greasy foods, fried foods, eating late at night, eating all the snacks, not doing no working out, not doing no type of fasting, not doing no type of lifestyle diet change. But yet you still say, I want to lose weight. Don't you see how contradictory that is to your own viewpoint? Like, your point is, my people have a voice, my people can make a change. But yet at the same time, the voice that your people have tried to express has been expressed millions and millions and millions of times, and none of it has worked, right? That's a part of like the curses that the Lord put on our people, saying that no man shall redeem you. No, everybody, there's been a plethora of people that have tried who are our people. Like the brother earlier was saying, I think Matazak, he was on the stage, or Manatazak, he was on the stage and saying that we have advocates, like we have our people in positions to where they should advocate for us. So it shouldn't be us going to these people if we already have us who are advocating on our behalf, and it still doesn't work. So I'm not saying that I'm not gonna say that you can't ever get this, brother, but what I do pray is that at some point you heed to the elders and all the brothers and sisters knowledge and information, even to the mighty points that they bring out. You know what I'm saying? Try to seek to understand what they're coming from and not trying to approve your own, because like I said, the brother Joshua brought out your own point against you, and the first thing you said was that that's good. I disagree, but that's good. If you disagree with your own point, brother, then like that said, that's James 1:8, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. You have to be assured and be certain about what you're saying is the truth. And if it's not, you're not even sure and certain about it, well, then it's not the truth. But with that, I yield.
That's a great point. You don't even believe in the concept that you teach, pushing here for us to follow. That's a really great point. Great awareness by you brothers. All right, on top, I put up a little link. All right, the article, it says, "Don't be fooled by the political gain, the illusion of freedom in America." All right, it gets into the whole voting scam. It's just a small article, nothing too crazy. You guys can go ahead and click on that and read that. But these are great. This is a great conversation, right? Rooms like this are extremely important. And a lot of it is so we can have conversation and be real with each other, right? I get where Tamario is coming from because, again, a lot of us were living in that type of mindset, right? We were happy, just being comfortable. We had a car, we had the job, we had a air conditioned and heated home. We didn't have to worry about too much. But again, tomorrow it's not. Again, when we speak, we don't just talk for our own selves. If you notice, a lot of our conversation and the angle that we go with what we're saying is more of a nation thing. Like, we all have to come out of this. The so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native American, right? Not just to you and your own comfort, right? And even with that, like I said, you still have to go to your oppressor for certain things. And to me, that's not freedom, right? The fact that I have to always watch my back, and when a cop is behind me, I get a little bit nervous. That's not freedom, man. And you might say, well, that's just how you think. You feel that way. I don't feel that way. But again, we're talking about the majority of our people, right? So we got to get up this mindset of just thinking about just our own self, our own well-being, but also think about our own people that are going through this wicked, the plight of this kingdom. But again, with that, I'm going to yield for now. Sister K, did you say anything yet? Did you wanted to bring anything out? If you do, the floor is yours. And Shalom, sis.
Khan, Shalom, Akim. The water for this platform. I think it's really, I think it's interesting. I have a pretty unique viewpoint on ways that our people can interact in this so-called democracy. Some of the things that the brother Tamario had mentioned are in keeping with like the idyllic suburban dream, right? Like the type of democracy because I grew up in suburban Illinois. So I grew up around white people. I grew up around a democracy that functioned. But it wasn't until I got older that I was able to really see it for what it is. And it is heavily weighted for democracy to function in places that are predominantly white. And it is heavily weighted for it to be stifled in places that are predominantly black and brown. A couple examples are gerrymandering. I read an article over the weekend from the New York Times. It's an opinion article, so I don't really encourage a lot of people to go out and read them unless you can do your own research behind that. But it talked about, the Supreme Court always playing into the role that it always has been, meaning allowing for gerrymandering, allowing for these type of redistricting to negatively affect our people. There's voter laws that are going into place in Texas and Georgia that are strictly designed to help discourage black and brown people from going to vote. They moved the areas where you can vote, making it harder for them to get to. They moved the times so that it's not extended back into the evening so that people can go and vote off of work. They also made it so that if you're in a long line, say you take the day off, you're in line from 8 a.m. to who knows when, you can't leave the line, you can't order food, you can't leave to go get any water. It supposedly disqualifies you as a vote. That's what they're doing in those specific states because the black and brown vote that you want to be so loud showed up and impacted it negatively in a way that, white power isn't really predominant in those areas at this particular moment. And I think the challenge is we need to We need to really see things for what it is. You know, I teach GED classes, so I get to see what the school system wants you to know about your history. And I can tell you that history about Black people, or so-called Black people, African Americans, their history is less than a chapter. It's like a couple section in the chapter of American history. Latinos, even less. They don't even talk about Latinos in American history, for GED. So the system that you want people to that we have been told that we can impact if we participate in the right way was never created for us to be treated fairly. It's working in the way that it should work because you get situations like, what's her name? Kim Porter. She gets 2 years jail time for murder. That's not fair. That's the system working for them because it was designed for them. There was a sign over the weekend that said white patients, I forget what it was, white patients has its limits. Nobody is up in arms about that. But let us go and advocate for ourselves and say, don't participate in a system that is rigged against you. Now we're the bad guys. Now we're discouraging people from participating in a democracy that was never meant for it to work in our favor. And I used to be a huge advocate. Like, you couldn't tell me anything when it came to voting, participating. Like, I still pay attention to what is going on because I'm passionate about those kind of topics. I look at it from a different lens. And, you know, brothers like Tamario came up from that situation to white suburbia, and you see what could be, but that was never meant for us. That has never been in the plans. It's never going to happen. I've grown up, like, from a baby, I've only ever known white suburbia, and that is completely different than what I've been experiencing and really paying attention. And even my students who are predominantly Latino, they come from actual oppression in quote unquote third world countries. And they come here, and after we do our lessons, I'll ask for their feedback and their thoughts. They will even tell you that they know that this system is unfair. That they're conditioned that if you put in, for example, if you have to select race or ethnicity, there is no box for a so-called Latino. You only get to choose Black or white. And they already know that white is going to get them supposed better treatment. So the system that you want people to participate in is not a system that was created for us. This place it's got to hit a hard reset. Like, the factory reset button has to get hit in order for it to be the way it is meant to be and for it to function in the way that you think it should be. Even if the world we weren't close to this place burning down completely, you have to agree that this place needs to be reset. It's never going to function in the way that it is. And there are also articles, and if you don't trust the failing New York Times, if you don't trust CNN, or if you want to trust some other, media outlet, there are other people out there and articles written that will say that democracy as we know it is going to end in like 3 or 4 years because it's impossible for it to continue on the way it is. Because there's people in power that can get in power and stay there until they die. So you really need to look into it and do some research, especially if you've grown up like I have in white suburbia, because that is a pipe dream. Like, it is never going to happen that way in the south side of Chicago. It's impossible. The way that entire place is rigged, I've only been there like twice in my entire life. That's how sheltered I was. But even now, I understand that it's not meant for us to succeed. And these kind of conversations are super important because you can hear both sides, and it would be really interesting if we had more people that had the same thought process about democracy as Tamario did to be able to engage with, so all the heat isn't on the brother. But thank you for this platform.
I'm going to continue to listen in. I did have some topics that I wanted to push back on Tamario with, but I'll save that for another time. The water for the space.
All praises. You're right, sis. The scale of justice on balance for our people. It's ridiculous. I did put the article up here with the ex-officer Kim Potter, and Dante Wright shooting. You can click on that. She only got 2 years, right? Less than what the prosecutors were requesting for, right? Only 2 years for that shooting, and she claimed was an accident, right? And we see news like this almost every day, right? The injustice on our people. So this is why we set up rooms like this to have these conversations to really dig deep and see if justice is really for our people or not, man. Right? We got to be honest when we have this build and not try to just say things just to make people feel good. But throughout assist for the input, we appreciate it. And throughout for all the brothers also that are added to the conversation. Hey, brother Gabriel, did you say anything yet? Go ahead and speak. Then we got a couple of other new people on the stage. But go ahead, King. You got the floor. And Shalom.
Shalom, King, and to everybody else on the stage. I just wanted to build off what he said about how the drug dealers are influencing the women and how they should be exiled. But then it's like because they leading the people wrong. But then it's like we could also say that you got some people that may think that you yourself are leading the people wrong, trying to teach these people to uh, cling on to our oppressors. So then, what if we go and say that, oh, well, we should exile you? You know, so it's like you got to be careful what you say and really reflect on your mindset and what you're saying because a lot of the stuff can be turned right back on you when you going against your own people. You so quick to want to put them away, but then people can put you away, and that comes from not having the love of your people, man. Like you should want to. A lot of us come into the truth from that. A lot of us have been through that lifestyle, and we learn we love our people, and we want to help our people. We want to get out of that. We want to pull our people out of them situations, not keep them in there, not destroy them. But to do that, we got to teach our people. The system ain't designed for them type of people to get out that system. They want to put you in it. They want you doing that stuff. They the ones that put the drugs in our neighborhoods for us to even be doing that. So that's all I really want to touch on when he said that. That's all.
Khan, Khan. All praises gave up for the water for adding. Now, let me make something clear, right? We understand as a people we messed up ourselves, right? We are taking accountability for what we've done in the role that we've played in our own destruction. All right. This is not a one-way thing. However, we cannot let the person, the cause of our fall, to go free. Right? We cannot let the people that are still oppressing us, they're still the ones leading us right now. And a lot of it is because we're being wicked ourselves. We've not turned from our wicked ways and turned to our Heavenly Father. Right? That's why we're having this room. So yes, we do take accountability for our part that we play. Right? But also we cannot let this devil get off too, man. It's just that simple. All right. But with that, we're gonna go on to the queue. I did want to bring up some scriptures, but we're gonna add some scriptures as we go. And brothers, if y'all got any scriptures to add on, because remember, this is a biblical platform first before anything. All right. If you guys have any scriptures to add to the conversation to help with the edification, please feel free to add to it. All right. As we go with this discussion. Also, I will be changing the links above, putting different articles addressing the topic of the room just to keep conversation going. You can click on it. I would advise you to click on it as soon as you see it up there. Put in your notes for later if you cannot read it right now, because I will be changing it every so often. All right, got to keep things moving in the room. Go to the next in the queue. Salaki, I keep getting a bunch of phone calls. Salaki Israel. Brother Purnell, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. You see the topic. What do you have to add to either the topic or the conversation? The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, man, and good morning and good day to everybody on the platform. I just want to add a little bit, just a little bit. My perspective is as somebody from the West Indies. I'm also black, but different perspective, considering I'm from a different country. It's like Ari was saying, man. It's very important for family values and your spiritual value within your home um to be the catalyst for any change. So to the question of, can our vote bring us out of oppression? Not until we fix our internal family issues, and also our issues and our covenant with the Most High, right? Until then, politics is just gonna be another hole for you to fall into, and to take you further away from the light of God, and you know and the light of your family. Because anything anything that is done in without righteousness in your heart is always going to lead you away from righteousness, and anything that's done with righteousness in your heart is going to lead you towards righteousness and the Most High. So it's like he said it's like he said um you can't even really, like, politics is something that you could think about, and voting is something that you could think about as an abstract for now, because we're not even in a position to think about it any other way, because we don't have political power requires unity of any demographic, and unity of any demographic is going to start in the home, and in your values, and whatever relationship you have with the Most High. That's where it's going to start. Until then, it's almost like a building block, right? It's good to have the block there somewhere close, so you could use it when you need it, right? But at the same time, you still gotta build the foundation first. And the foundation, once again, it always comes back to this. The foundation is gonna start in the home, and part of the building blocks of that foundation is gonna be the Most High. So that's all I gotta say about that. Um, I appreciate everybody for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I like what's being said. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Jeremiah 17:9. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? Just like when with his ideology of self, I'm gonna create my own path, and I'm gonna teach my children to do so as well. With that ideology, they're in their heart, in their mind, they're like, at least I'm treating them good. With a drug dealer, in his mind, he's like, well, they don't have to keep coming back to me. Plus, I'm not. Yeah, I'm destroying somebody else's life, but I have a family to take care of. In their heart, they see all of destroying their people as good. They're thinking as, okay, I don't have. Just don't come back. Don't buy drugs from me. That's how flawed that ideology is, to say that, where okay, we all can choose our own path. All of these wicked ass niggas, excuse my French, they're in their mind, especially when I was in the world. In my mind, in my heart, I'm like, well, yeah, I'm selling drugs, yeah, I'm pimping out my women, but at least I'm not hitting them. Yeah, I'm selling drugs to my own people, but you don't have to buy from me if you don't want to. Get your life straight. That's how flawed that mindset is, and it can do nothing for our people. And you keep thinking that okay, everybody can create their own path, but we're telling you out of the scriptures, brothers here telling you out of the scriptures to love your own, and we're teaching you by Shimon Mashiach Yahushai how to love your own people, how to fix this nation. But a lot of brothers, just like Mario, say, "Oh, I mean, you don't have to read the Bible. You don't have to. You just got to be a good person." That's not an answer. That's not giving our people any solution to how we're being destroyed in this community. How the songs went from all I need is a little respect to don't trust no nigga. No, you can't trust no. That ideology continues to destroy our people till this day. And just brothers like him, they don't have the answers. Only reading the Bible and studying the scriptures and going into the Torah to understand how to build up our nation. The Most High has those answers. Brothers like him just do not have those answers. He'll just say, "Well, I mean, you just got to be a good person." How? I mean, try to live right. How? If they don't have those answers, and that's why the Bible is so important. Because as the sister was saying, Sister K, a lot of us, we grew up in those suburbs, or we grew up loving this wicked ass place out here. We grew up thinking, I mean, the white man's not so bad. He give you a little crumbs here and there. Now you think that they all love you. Now you think that okay, we can mix. Again, like I said, for 530 years, almost 40 years, you cannot mix water with oil. And I have another precept. This is Numbers 33 and 55, when the Most High told us to take over Canaan, right? Canaan. And it says, "But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land, those you allow to remain will be barbs in your eyes and thorns in your sides. They will give you trouble in the land where you will live." And that definitely applies to today. We are that thorn in Esau's side, and that barb in his eyes. He every day, or they just can't do what they want to us. That's a perfect example to show that two nations cannot live together unless one is at the bottom, one has to be at the top. If the one at the bottom keeps talking, keeps complaining, it's annoying to the other nation. That's why it's so important to understand these scriptures and understand the Most High. The only way we're going to get back to our rightful place on top, ruling the nations righteously, is by following these law, statutes, and commandments. And with that, I yield.
Salakia.
Go ahead, sis.
That's a really good point that you brought out, Ak. The whole bit, like, lift yourself up by your bootstraps mentality doesn't really count for people because it's not an even playing field. Like, depending on where you grew up, the starting line is further away from the goal, right? The finish line. So, a couple way examples I can think of, for example, is scholarships. Like on the south side of Chicago, there's a couple schools. Most of them are public schools. But if you're fortunate enough to be an athlete, you might get a scholarship to go to a private school in that area, which will get you more exposure for you to be able to get a scholarship to go out and go to a good college. Or if you're super smart, same thing qualifies. You get a scholarship to go to a private school, which is better education, and then moving on into college. And then you're able to have that dream scenario like Tamario's and be able to move to white suburbia and see how things could be, and be able to experience things much different than the way that they grew up. But that doesn't always happen. Not everybody has the sports acumen to be able to get up and out. Not everybody is book smart. And even if they were, let's say that they're fall in the middle of the pack of being book smart, they can't afford college. And this system has been manipulated to tell you that going and getting a degree is going to mean something. It's going to make or break you succeeding in this world. But they continue to move the goalpost. Like, for example, not a lot of positions really care whether or not you have an associate's degree. Now they want you to have a bachelor's. And even then, a bachelor's degree may be obsolete for an entry level position, depending on what position you're going into. So it's always moving the goalposts. It's never really fair. And the carrot that they're dangling about white suburbia and getting out of the hood, it's only so that it keeps you thinking that you have a chance, or that everyone has a chance if you just work a little harder. But no matter how hard you work without those handouts of a scholarship that the white man is giving you, they're saying, hey, you're struggling, but you're a good athlete, so we want you to come here and play and entertain us. That's why you're getting the scholarship. I yield the floor.
Con. So
Ron,
like
one second, Yeshaya. I'm gonna give it right back to you, my king. Hey, Gentry, we'll be right with you. Yeshaya, once you're done, we're gonna do a quick reset, and just keep the conversation going. But go ahead, King. I just want to let him know that we'll be right with him. But go ahead.
con all praises. And I don't think I saluted everybody. So yeah, but Shabbat thumb and Shalom to all the panel.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
my point.
so what we do have to remember is that Esau was gifted, with the gift, the gift of war. He was gifted with the sword, right? So one of the key components and one of the key elements of war is division. So why am I talking about division? Because what we're talking about here is people who are being divided by social caste systems, right? Our people are being divided um, by ideology and social caste systems. So people like the brother Tamario, and I wish he had other advocates in here, so we don't just have to beat up on him. But people that think like that, it's because of their programming and and also the social caste system or their position in society, whether they're middle class, upper class, or lower class, right? Because all of that's gonna play into where you vote at, or what you think about voting. All of that's gonna play into what you think about what's going on in society every day, right? So it's all about this war tactic of division, which actually the Most High said He was gonna use division. He was gonna let us be divided so that we could be conquered because of our wickedness, right? So it does go back to the root cause of us, but the very major contributing cause is Esau creating this system of division, right? So let me just get a couple of scriptures right that go along with what I'm saying. Um, let's see, Amos. Now let me get Luke 12 and 51 first. And I got it, so I'll read it. Nobody has to read it for me. Suppose ye that I am not come to give peace on earth, I tell you nay, but rather division, right? So, this is the most high. I mean, this is basically in Luke. And the Most High said that he had come to send peace, but rather division, right? So that's the Most High's plan overall. So this is why Esau's being able to use divide and conquer tactics to divide us. This is why HOI does not lean on the mark of the beast only being a chip, because it is mostly your ideology. It's mostly the ideology that's in your mind that you get programmed with, that's going to take you away from the Most High. It's not just a physical thing, as such as a chip. It is these people who are Israelites, but they have a different ideology, because what Esau has divided us by social classes, by light skin, dark skin. I mean, he's divided us in so many ways that we really can't see. In the end, we really can't see who the enemy is. We really get confused about who the enemy is. But over here on this side, on the right hand side of the Most High, we know who the enemy is, and we don't forget that division is something the Most High said will be used as a tool. This the same way the nation split up when during the same way
Tower
that
of
both
Babel.
the Northern Kingdom, yeah, yeah. I mean, no, I'm talking about when Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom split up, right? after
Yep.
after King Solomon. That was the Most High saying. That was an example of the Most High saying, "Look, I'm gonna divide y'all so that y'all could be conquered because y'all wicked as hell. You going off, you serving idols. I'm gonna divide you because that's gonna make it easier for these other nations to come in and conquer you. And right now, that's what we're saying with our people. Can two walk together unless they be agreed? Amos 3:3. And the answer is no. Even if we're the same people, we cannot walk together and come together and unite if you have people who, if you got some of our same people who over here saying, "Oh yeah, I believe in voting is going to get us there," and then you got us over here saying that hell no, voting is some BS, bro. It's the dog chasing his own tail. So can two walk together unless they be agreed? No. And so we have to try to figure out a way to get our people on the same page. But if the Most High doesn't want that to happen, it's just not going to happen, right? So with that, I yield.
All praises. All right, hey, listen, if you have an opposing view to the conversation, we want you to please come up. Just come up, stay in order, and we'll be more than happy to build with you, okay? We don't want this to be an echo chamber. We kind of want different views on it, and just see how we can build based on that, all right? All right, so we're going to go back to the queue real quick. I know it was popcorn style earlier, but again, I kind of want everybody to add to the conversation. So that's why I'm switching to this method. But again, if you've already spoke, you can always add on. All right. Gen 3, is that how you pronounce your name? Please correct
It's
me.
Gentry. Gentry.
Gen 3. Okay. Okay. Count water for that. Thank you for that. You can go ahead and introduce yourself. You see the topic. What do you got to add to either the topic or the actual conversation at hand? And go ahead. The floor is yours.
Whoever spoke before, I agree with that sentiment. Uh, I just want to add to the topic.
Yeah. Go
Talking
ahead.
about divide and conquer. That actually happens in real life. I saw it myself. I'm a military guy. I got sent to Afghanistan, and I tell the story all the time here in these rooms. Like I had a mission where we went out and dropped pamphlets all over Afghanistan, uh, and there was soldiers with me, and I didn't know what their job was, but they told me to bring in boxes and clear, the back of the helicopter, open up all the seats, and put these boxes in. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I'm just doing my job. I'm just trying to, survive, make my money, do whatever, right? But my mind was open enough to try to grab one of these papers and figure out what I'm doing exactly. So I grabbed one of the pieces of papers from on top of the box and I folded it up and I put it in my pocket. We went out and did the mission. They spread out this propaganda all over Afghanistan through the villages, all the small villages and all this stuff. I looked at the piece of paper and it looked like a meme to me, but it had all the elders that ran these little villages in Afghanistan, all the Taliban leaders and elders, and it was like demonizing them. It's written in Arabic, Chinese, and I think Hindu. There's like words on the top, words on the bottom. There's pictures of these elders and stuff. And I just asked the guy in the back of the helicopter, like, "Man, what's your job, man?" Like after we did this, and he's like, "Oh, I'm psyops." I'm like, "What do you guys do in psyops? I've never heard of this. This is back in 2013, right? I'm still a young specialist in the military. I'm at the lowest of the low when it comes to rank." It's like, "Oh, we go out, we send our operatives out there, they figure out the political climate, we come in and we make up a strategy, and then we use their internet, their radio, their social media, this to divide them so they don't unite to fight us." And at that time, we were the tyrannical government in Afghanistan. We went into these people's homes and their land. We're in their neighborhood, right? They don't want us there, but that's what we did as American soldiers out in Afghanistan, is we divided them so they don't unite to fight us. And now it's happening here. It's happening to us within our own homes. It's not like a regular warfare where they're in between our homes with guns, but they definitely are in between our thoughts and our and how we think and how we talk, and we can't even unite without fighting with each other. So I'm watching the division, and you're right that this is part of God's plan, right? I guess because there's a Bible verse that says there'll be rumors of wars, and all this stuff. It's happening right now. It's happening right now as we speak.
Hey, Gentry, I got a question for you. What's your spiritual lens? Like, how do you see things? Do you subscribe to the Bible or a specific religion or a way of life?
I subscribe to the Bible. That's just like it's been there throughout history. It's been there for thousands of years, right? I'm more importantly, I'm Christian. That's what I believe in. But not I don't subscribe to any sort of religion that's like Catholic or Mormon or any of that stuff, because those are all to me are established religions, right? They're trying to invert whatever the message is. The message is I could read the message myself. I think I could pray and read the message myself and get it myself. And then if I talk to like-minded people, that's God's presence within whatever happens, right? So I'm just glad that there's rooms like this that we could talk. So I don't feel alone, but I don't subscribe to any mainstream religion. That's where I stand.
Cool, cool. Hey, Manny, were you going to say something? Shalom. I saw you on mute. Okay, con. All right. Yeah, go ahead, King.
I say something?
Now, 1 second, King. Hold on. Manny, go ahead. What you got to say?
Shalom. All the Akim and the Aquafium in the room. The platform is a beautiful subject, a powerful subject. I didn't really have much to say. Anything I might have hit that mute button by mistake or unmute by mistake. So y'all can continue with the room. Salakia.
Khan, Shalom. Okay, how about you, All right. Yeah, King, I'll be right with you. Hey, Shalom, Dawad. Welcome to the stage. HOYGA.
Shalom,
Yeah,
shalom, Yabashim, Shabbatam.
how about you, All right.
Shalom.
All right, I'm going to do a very quick reset, then we're going to go back to the queue. Hey, King, I'll be right with you, okay? All right, this is your kosher breakfast, well, kosher brunch now, out of the skillet, all right, where we change the Lord's house into the club's house. All right, this is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of HOI, the House of Israel congregation. Today's topic is, can the so-called blacks, Hispanic, or Native American women and man and woman vote their way out of oppression, right? Can they actually vote their way out of oppression? This is a great question, right? This is a biblical platform. So we're going to add the scriptures to the conversation, all right, as we build, all right? And even if you see it a different way, if you have a different view, you're welcome to add to the topic. Just stay in point, stay in order, and you'll be fine. I did change the article up top, all right? The new one says why we can't vote our way to freedom, all right? Whenever it's changed, I want you to click on it, put in your notes if you want to read it later, because I will be adding new article up here that is addressing the topic of the room. All right. And throughout for everybody for adding to the conversation. Please follow the mods, all right, up on the stage, and the brothers and sisters on stage also that are bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Most High God, and that are adding to the build. All right. Shalom and y'all, welcome to the stage.
Salakia, Ari, real quick before you go, I do want to applaud that brother for sharing that information, the war story, because see, this is the thing. The scriptures say, the man of sin shall be revealed in his time. And this is what makes we know that we're not delusional when we say that America had a purpose in going to these different countries and doing certain things like dividing the elders and the leaders of these countries and basically taking their oil. And this is why these things have to be brought out and exposed. Yahweh Shai told you what's in secret should be brought to light. Go into the mountaintops and tell about it. So that's actually good that the brother was able to bring out that information, because that shows that people's not delusional and America is not just this country that's going and just making peace all over the world like they try to portray to the world. With that, I just yield.
Con Elder, that's a fact. I've always said if there's a war, right, in any nation in the world, America has a hand to do with it, right? They're the ones that start a lot of proxy wars in these nations, right? They take tribes and against each other, nations against each other. America always has a hands to do it, to cause some type of instability there, so they can get what they want out of that nation, right? Push their own agenda. But yeah, that's a great point, Elder. That's good that the brother brought that out. We need people that are in the systems to reveal these things, man. Right? Bring out the truth about this damn devil. They're not as holy as they try to portray themselves to be. But great conversation, great room. All right. The Wad, I saw you and the Yang just came in. I'm going to be right with y'all because I know you brothers will probably have something to add to the conversation in the build. But we're gonna go right back to the queue. King and Gentry, you don't have to leave, man. You can stay here and add to the conversation. You're more than welcome to do so. King, the floor is yours. You see the topic, or what do you got to add to either the topic or the actual bill at hand? Go ahead, King.
What's going on, family? Um, can black people vote their way out of oppression? One, I'm going to say no. Two, I don't think black people are oppressed. I think that we are in a condition, and like any condition, you have to get yourself out of it. Like I can't blame McDonald's for being overweight. Sure, McDonald's makes food that will make me overweight, but I'm the one that purchases it. And black people are and that's the condition of being overweight. Black people are in a condition of poverty because of the choices that we make or the choices we don't make. I think it is up to us as a collective to get ourselves out of the condition that we're in, just like it would be up to
Hey, King,
ourselves to get
King,
ourselves out of the
one
condition.
second, King. When we have this conversation again, when we have platforms like this, honesty is key fact, right? Yes, you can say what you want to say, but we got to fact check everything. Now, let's find out the meaning. You say you're not in oppression, right? We're not being oppressed.
Right.
What does it mean to be oppressed? What is the meaning of that word, oppression?
I was just about to ask that already.
It means that you are, by definition, it says prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control.
Is that what's going on with our people right now?
No.
You
So
sure
hold
I'm,
on,
about
I'm
hold
that?
on.
being, wait,
So
How
I'm,
they are
I'm,
with you guys?
question.
I'm being honest here, and I'm saying there's nothing in this world you can't really be. You want to be an airline pilot? You can do that.
Hold on.
You want,
That's not the time. Hold on, King. Real quick, brother. Right. So is the school to prison pipeline, is that oppression?
is it oppression? No, because you don't have to put your kids in school, in their
No, no,
schools.
no, no, no. What is? Do you know what the school to prison pipeline is?
I was a teacher for 13 years, brother. I absolutely do.
So you telling me that you don't have to put your children in school?
I'm not saying you don't have to put them in school. What I'm saying is you have a choice of where your kids can go to school at.
Do you really? Do you ever heard of
No,
something
you
called
don't.
redlining?
I understand what redlining is as well, but that doesn't. We're not talking about
Is redlining oppression?
that is done. That redlining is not oppression. It's just
How?
you because it's not against a whole group of people. You're talking about a community, right? They redline against certain communities that you can't
What
live in.
communities do they redline, King?
Usually wealthy communities.
No, they don't. That's no, that no,
What?
no, no, no. You don't know what redlining is, bro.
I do know what redlining is.
What? No, you don't.
You agree?
What
You
city?
disagree with me though? So
No,
if
what city do you live in?
I live in Chicago.
Okay, in Chicago, right? Do they
Hmm.
build certain what? And I'm not too familiar with Chicago, but I've been there like once, right? So, but I'm from Brooklyn, all right, and I live in Philadelphia, right? Here, I'll give you an example. Here in Philadelphia, right? When we look at the practice of redlining and how it's been applied all throughout America in different cities and different states, right? What
Right.
they'll do is they'll build certain infrastructures like highways or things of that nature right through certain neighborhoods. They're not going to build a highway through goddamn Cream Ridge, New Jersey. They're not going to build a highway through Lower Marion, Pennsylvania. They're not going to do that. What they do is they build them through poor communities, right? And then they take jobs out of those communities and cause a dearth. This is what we have seen all throughout America. Every city, including Chicago, has been redlined so that depending on what zip code you in will determine what school you go to, and property taxes is what funds the school. So if you live in a certain zip code, your damn school has less funding. That's redlining. You would know that as a teacher if you knew what.
Redlining is to refuse a loan or insurance to someone because they live in an area that's deemed to be poor or
That's a
financially
No,
rich.
part.
no, it's
That's a
not.
part of it. That's
That's
a
the
part of it.
definition of redline.
That's a part of it, brother.
So
Again,
I'm saying if black people put their money, we spend the most. We're one of the most money spending people on the planet.
you're right. You're
So if
right.
we put all of
Absolutely.
our money, if we create our own banks, we don't have to worry about getting loans from white institutions.
How does the banking institution work?
Well, I, how it works is irrelevant to can we make it work? Because so there
No, no,
are
no, no,
black
no,
banks.
no, 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 no. It's very relevant. It's
It's not because we have
Extremely
black.
relevant. You, no, King. You do realize that the Federal Reserve Bank, which is not an actual federal agency, literally lends money to different banking institutions, right?
Yeah, the Federal Reserve is not
Okay.
part of the federal system.
Of course, and they set interest rates, right?
Okay.
So who controls that?
The federal government.
No, they do not.
No,
It's
they do
called. It's
not.
called.
The federal
It's
government
called.
does not control the Federal Reserve. They're a private
That's
bank.
you just said that was not part of the federal system. It's literally the fucking Jewish man, the Rothschilds. All right, they're the ones who control the Fed, right? And
Uh,
they set interest rates, all right, and they're the ones that lend to banks. So if the banks have a certain interest rate, right, that means they're gonna have to be able to lend money where they're gonna make money. Like if my interest rate from the Federal Reserve Bank, let's say, is 2%, right? I'm not going to give you a loan at 2%. I'm going to have to give it to you a lot higher. So black banks, right, have to get funding from the Federal Reserve Bank here in America. That's how the system works. And if the Jewish man, all right, who's only his only mission is to mitigate you and to diminish you, he's not going to give you the same interest rate as a black banking institution as he would to a white one. That's just a fact. That's oppression. You know, taxing people is oppression, right?
I can see taxes.
Oh, do you pay taxes?
I do.
You're oppressed,
That's not. That's, we pay
brother.
tax. We don't know where our taxes go,
No, brother, the
right?
fact that you
But
pay taxes, no matter where it goes or not, you're taxed. And
what your taxes cover?
what?
What does your taxes cover?
It does not matter. That's not what.
War
No, hold on.
for the
That's not the.
banking
That's
system.
Citation with no
hold on, real quick.
representation. Oh,
Real quick. Hold on. Wait, brother King. Right. It doesn't matter where our tax dollars go. The fact that we are taxed in the first place is oppression.
Okay, I live in Chicago, right, brother? Now there are people who live in Indiana. Indiana is a smaller city than Chicago. They don't
It
have
is a state.
services that Chicago has. We have more population, but because we have taxes, we can pay for roads and bridges to get to be fixed, or we can pay for damages to property through our taxes. We can literally fund our infrastructure through taxes. You know what I'm
Brother,
saying?
I've been to Chicago
So
and y'all
so
got fucking
so
potholes. What are you
and
talking about, bro?
if you take away the taxes, then who pays for all of that?
Brother, again, I don't care about roads and bridges and things. Again, we're talking about oppression. All right, roads and
So how
bridges.
people oppressed?
No, brother. Everyone uses roads.
Why?
That
Why?
doesn't matter.
Wait,
No,
I don't think having a
brother.
conversation.
Do white people use the roads that you use? Yes or no?
Dude, I'm asking a logical question.
No. You're not, King.
You're
White people,
irritated or
King,
emotional about
King,
something. I'm
King,
having a
King.
conversation.
Stop. White people use the same roads that you
Who
use.
built the roads, brother?
Oh my God.
Who built
The
them?
roads are
Who
built.
built them?
King,
Who
King,
built
King,
them?
King. Slow
Does it take
down,
money to build roads?
brother.
So where does
No,
that money come from? You're
King.
not answering any of these questions.
All right, I'm gonna mute you because you're being an idiot. Guess what? These roads are built on your ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears, bozo. So yes, you are fucking oppressed. But we're not talking about roads right now, right? We're talking about oppression. You pay taxes. It doesn't matter what it goes to build or not. You're still taxed. That is oppression. Your ass is oppressed, nigga. Like what?
This is we're not having a discussion here, bozo.
Bro, because you're not answering questions. You're over here changing the goalposts. You're changing the subject. You're talking about damn roads. All right, where I'm asking you about taxes. Before that, I was asking you about the damn banking system, how it works, and you don't understand how it works. Before that, I was asking you about redlining, and you don't understand how that works. You are oppressed. Your zip code has a large bearing on how you will turn out as an individual. All right. If you're born in 144, which is Germantown, Philadelphia, you are more likely to go to prison than someone whose zip code is 19128, which is goddamn Manium, a very heavily gentrified white area. That's just the truth. All right. If your zip code is 19004, fucking Ballard, Kenwood, PA, all right, on the main line of Pennsylvania, right, you have a lot better chance at making a lot further in life than someone who's born in 19104, which is damn Mantua, Philadelphia, all right, which is called the bottom for a reason, right? They built a goddamn highway, right, through this neighborhood, right? I literally live on a street, and right behind my house is a railroad that they built through a residential area, which displaced people of color, right? In Philadelphia, there's a place called South Street. Guess what? It's sprawling with shops and businesses, and it has high property taxes. Guess what? It got to those high property values through them seizing, literally taking property from black people. They took it, right? This is a place where black people were relegated to only live in Philadelphia, right? It was the worst part to be in. You could only stay there. And now Graduate Hospital, Philadelphia, all right, is has one of the highest property values in the city through gentrification,
Hey,
right? Where they literally stole wealth from our people. They were selling these houses for $1, all right, which they then took from during the crack epidemic, which they put in our damn communities, all right, and they sold them to white land developers for a fucking dollar, and now these houses are worth millions of dollars. Nigga,
can I
our
ask
people
you a
are
question?
oppressed.
Can I ask you a question? I think we're on the right track when it comes to this communication, and I don't want to be an instigator of anything, but I really want to ask a question. Uh, that we're talking about, can we vote ourselves out of this, right? And all these cities that you're mentioning, every place that you have mentioned, are Democratic run cities. Like they're blue. So is
It
it?
doesn't matter if they're Democratic run cities or red or Republican run cities, right? I know the argument because there's a sister who's running.
Two
I think she's
birds with the
running.
same wing.
That's a fact, right? There's a
Yeah, yeah.
sister that
Left
was.
wing, right wing. It's the same bird.
Right,
We need
right,
to get
right. I
off the
mean,
bird.
two
Yeah.
That's
wings
why.
of the
That's why
same
I
bird.
just
That's what
want to
I
ask a
meant. Two
question so
wings
you
of the
can
same
answer it. So
bird.
everybody.
Go ahead, Gentry. Ask the question.
Yeah, that was my question. Do you think it's because it's a Democratic run city that's why it's like that, or does it matter if it's Democrat or
It,
Republican?
it doesn't matter because again, it don't matter if the white man is a Republican or Democrat. He still don't care about your black ass, right? Guess what? When we look at politics, right? The Republicans have oppressed our people. The Democrats have oppressed our people. No, it don't matter what party they're from. They're still the goddamn devil. All right,
Amen. Amen.
that's it. But again, niggas want to come up here and go, "Oh, black people are not oppressed. Black people are not oppressed." Yes, the hell we
No,
are
we are
oppressed.
oppressed. Here's a good example. You know what happened in 1966? In 1966 in Oakland, they started the Black Panther movement, right? You know what happened that same year? They made a comic book called Black Panther. The first ever comic book black character, came out in 1960. Those two events happened, and it makes no sense to me because they downplay the movement.
Con. Hey, to water for the brothers for the conversation. Now, one thing I would bring up is our people got to be stop being too sensitive when you hear men speak the way that we speak. Right? We get too sensitive, and it's very feminine for a man to do that. Right? King did not have to leave. Right? This is just a conversation between two men. Yes, it did get heated, but nobody was going crazily out of order here. You know what I mean? So I wish he had stayed because this would have been a great build because his understanding on certain words, just definition of words, is off as hell. Right? If you don't even know what the meaning of oppression is, how the hell can you even think you're being oppressed? Right? That was the whole point of the of Ariala trying to show him like, yo, you got it wrong, man. Right? But he didn't want to stay. He had to leave.
And check
Exactly.
this out.
Ari
And
Holla.
check this, Ari. So Salaki, real quick, right? And check this, Ari. That whole ideology. You're yelling at me. Oh, let's all have one voice. All that democracy bullshit. All right, is why niggas are so goddamn soft. No, bro. Like you don't get a vote. No, this is what we're doing as a people, right? We got the goddamn white man with his foot on our goddamn necks. All right, we're going to deal with him, right? And this is what happened to us back in ancient Israel, right? In the turn of the from BC to AD times, right? We were under the oppression, heavy oppression by the Romans, right? We're being taxed like crazy. That's oppression, right? We see the same thing today, right? But we had niggas that wanted to, oh yeah, the white man put us in place, and oh yeah, the Romans aren't that bad, all right? And you had men, all right, zealots that were putting niggas to death because you want to be join hand in hand with the goddamn oppressor. Listen, man, we gotta get on one accord. All right. Obviously, it ain't gonna happen in this lifetime. It's not gonna happen, right? But if let's say we didn't believe in the Bible, right? And let's say we didn't believe in the Bible, we didn't believe that we were the Israelites, right? And we're just thinking practically on a carnal level. If we have an enemy who's invading us and oppressing us as a people, we cannot join hand in hand with our enemy. That don't make sense. No one in the history of humanity has ever done that. All right, when the damn Greeks invaded Egypt, you think the Egyptians say, oh yeah, the Greeks ain't that bad. Oh yeah, we could just let them come up in here and no, bro, the Egyptians fought against them and they lost, right? When the Greeks went and invaded the Indians and damn the Edomites and fucking India, you think they would just say, oh yeah, just come up in here, Mr. White, Mr. Alexander the Great. Everything's all cool. No, they came together as in one consent and they fought against their oppressors. But niggas want to join with the oppressors, and that's why we keep fucking falling, man. You niggas are retarded.
Hey man, I
Con,
agree with
and
you
that
one
goes
hundred
to
percent. I agree with Ari House
Uh,
100%. The only way we could get out of this is for you to keep talking the way you're talking, and for everybody to keep talking the way they're talking, and we should not back down to anything, nothing, no
right,
matter
right,
what.
right. Let me just say one thing, and Ariala, it's a frustration because for a black man to come up here and say he's not oppressed, it's like you could understand why the brother and all of us get frustrated with that because that's just foolish. There's studies that show that a black man can have the same amount of credit as a white man and still can't get the loan. Still can't get the loan and have the same amount of credit, the same status, the same property, and still has been denied. These are studies. That's why you got black men and black women that open a class action lawsuit against these certain banks because study has shown you that they don't get treated the same way. It's something called systematic oppression. Okay, where they oppress you on a whole. These people are talking about individual basis and them willing to sacrifice themselves and become a carbon copy of the white man. Act like him, talk like him, move like him, get his woman, and therefore they get into the society and the zone they want individually because they lose their soul and they become a carbon copy of him. So we're not dealing with that. But we're telling you systematically oppression, yeah, we can see that on
That's the
all
truth. That's the
levels.
truth, and that's why there's a saying that these assholes put on us, and they say, "What in Rome, do as the Romans do." I'm not Roman. I'm not gonna do what the Romans do. You want us to be part of the system. That's why they say that to us. We should not be part of the system. The same system that's been oppressing us. We should not be part of that.
Con. And yeah, man, it's just a perfect example of double mindedness, as I spoke of earlier, right? You get our people who they don't have the answers, Sway. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the answers,
They
and
don't have
they
the
keep
answer, Sway.
they don't. Our people, so many of our people like that do not have the answers, and they but yet they hypocritically advocate for us to go and try to use the system within the system to build out and build our nation within this system. Is just it's I don't understand that. I mean that logic, right? Oppression makes a wise man mad. Once you realize that you're actually being oppressed and stop trying to fool yourself and make yourself believe that you're not, what I'm saying, by ignoring everything that's going on around you. Once you realize that you're being oppressed, then you can actually say that you have some wisdom. But any other time, you don't have wisdom, man. You're just running away from reality, right? And that's what's going on with our people. They don't want to face reality. Literally, they've been raised to be cowards and effeminate, and we know this because this is what happened after Willie Lynch. The women started raising the boys not to be rebellious because they didn't want to see them die. So now everybody is being raised by women without what I mean, not everybody, but a good deal of our people being raised with women and not the men in the household. So this why these niggas is effeminate like this and coming up on this stage talking about everything except what has happened historically to get your freedom, which is war, right? Everything that's happened historically with every country that's gotten their freedom is, hey, they separated by the sword, bloodshed, right? Now we're not saying, oh, we pick up the sword, go out there just start killing. No, we know what we're waiting on according to the scriptures, right? We know this, and if these people get themselves into the scriptures and get more grounded and get an understanding of what the Most High's plan is and repent, then they too could have some wisdom and help their own people. But people that's thinking like that, I mean, these are the people that they put, and it's sad, but these are the people that Esau put in leadership positions because they Esau want to just sit there and look at Tamario dumbass running circles talking about get 1,000 people to come out in front of some politician house. Nigga, they gonna lock up. Nigga, they gonna persecute you even more. You know what I'm saying? Go show up at a politician front door like that. But anyway, I'm just saying, man, all of these ideas, but they don't have the answers, Sway. And these be the people that be our leaders. These be the people that be in these city councilman positions and running for all these. They think that they're gonna build something within a system that's not built for you. And it's the definition of insanity all over again. With that, I yield.
Con,
Can
con.
Roger.
I bring
Real
out a
quick.
precept real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Ari.
Just real quick, man, because I don't want anyone in the audience to, oh, Ariel's so angry, blah 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 blah. Right? Well, let's see what the Bible says. Right? This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 7 and verse 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad, and a gift destroyeth the heart. Man, I'm mad because my people were fucking forced on damn cargo slave ships like they were cans of sardines. All right, raped, robbed, murdered. I'm mad that my people were conquered by the goddamn white man, who's the basis of human beings. All right, and put into all types of subjugation. I'm mad that my neighborhoods were redlined. I'm mad that crack was pumped into our communities by the government. I might add.
Pumped into the communities by the government. There we go. Say that.
Right? I'm mad about that. All right, that's oppression. So I'm mad because I'm wise. I'm not stupid like a lot of our people who think, oh, yeah, the white man's not that bad and blah 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 blah. Like our people, man, a little gift has destroyed their mind. Some damn food stamps, or you can get a little scholarship to go to some predominantly white institution where they're gonna goddamn indoctrinate your ass, right? A damn job at a Fortune 500 company, right? And you pushing a little Maybach or whatever. They think that that's cool. That right there is a gift, because by and large, your people don't have the quote unquote opportunities that you've been afforded, all right, which is a divisory tactic of your oppressor in the first place, right? Our people are so damn stupid, all right? They don't see what the damn enemy is even doing. These niggas are playing damn checkers, and the white man's playing chess, and he's 5 moves ahead of your dumbass. But you niggas wanna love them. You niggas wanna vote out of oppression. You niggas wanna join hand in hand and go to BLM rallies where the damn white man's over here causing all types of riots and looting and blaming you. Like
Exactly.
our people are so damn stupid, man, it's so frustrating, bro. It's
We're
so
not stupid, man.
frustrating.
I think it's programming. I think that's what they do is they program first.
No, you right, King, man. But these niggas lack knowledge, and niggas don't want to learn nothing, bro. Niggas love being simple. All right, niggas stay on simplicity, and it's so annoying, bro. With that, I yield.
Khan. Yeah. I'll come right to you. 1 second. Shalom, Yawasab. Welcome to the stage. Yabashim Yashabrakatah. Didn't get a chance to greet you, King. But welcome to the stage.
Hey, shalom, Mak. Yabashim Yashabakta.
Khan, shalom. And real quick, again, as you guys look up, I am changing the link above my head here, right? Right now, I have the Set Apart Network Premier channel. They're already attacking the Set Apart Network channel, but this gospel is going to keep coming out no matter what they do. It's a network where basically we get together different camp videos. Um, and we just put them there, different teachings and stuff like that. So please click on the link above my head and subscribe to that channel, okay? Because we're going to be streaming on that channel also. All right. Also, just a quick reset of the room. This is Crown of Thorns, an HOI House of Israel platform. The topic of today's room is: can the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans vote their way out of oppression? Can the so-called blacks, Hispanic, Native American man and woman vote their way out of oppression? Right? We created this platform so we can have different point of view on this conversation. Feel free to come up if you have anything to add to the topic. Please do not come here and be out of order. All right. And don't be overly sensitive to everything. All right. Then we can build. Thwada for everybody for adding to the build, all the brothers and sisters that have come up to the platform that has added to the conversation. Also, follow the mods. All right. The brothers and sisters with the green beam, follow every single one of them. That way, when we have rooms like this, then you can get that notification when they're in the room. Also, follow the room above. Click the greenhouse above your head here and follow the room. One more thing, real quick, the water for the brothers from different camps that are coming to our room to build with us. We appreciate you, brothers. The water for Ariala with sons of Sakari Daga House, Yawasop with Ramadan, and the water for Sons of Thunder. Y'all were always usually here with us. And just the various camps that come together, God First Gang and the Versus platform. All right. And with that, we're gonna go back to the queue. I think Ayenya was gonna have something to say. Ayenya, go ahead. The floor is yours, King.
Khan, shalom, shalom, my spot here. Um,
Shalom, King. Yeah, about you, Michelle.
I just wanted to back Ariella up. Um, if you look at the Fifth Amendment in the Constitution of the U.S., it says taxation is an unlawful seizure of property, and thus the Fifth Amendment, the Constitution grants the government the right to levy a tax. And this has happened. This has been upheld by both Phillips versus Commissioner and Brushups versus Union Pack RR. So yeah, taxation is oppression. The U.S. went to war with Britain because of taxation. Also, under the Fifth Amendment, you have things like eminent domain, where those train tracks, every hood got a train track. Every black community got a train track. I grew up in a black community that had a train track, but never really understood why they were all there.
Man, I
Um,
grew up
through,
in a neighborhood with a train track too. That's funny.
yeah, because through eminent domain, if you could look up an example of eminent domain, um, like right here, you see like right here's one where it says state of Texas sides with landowners and high speed rail eminent domain. And his brief Stone argued that Texas Central does not qualify as a uh railroad with the right to exercise eminent domain authority. So what happened is in Atlanta you see a lot of those nasty looking damn trains and trams. It looked like a train, right? But basically in Atlanta, they used a lot of eminent domain to displace a lot of black communities, a lot of hoods, and then bring in, gentrification and bring white people in. So that's unlawful and that's oppression. Also, another good, if you want to get into a book that really goes deep into it, a book is called the pedagogy good lord the pedagogy of the oppressed, right? And the pedagogy of the oppressed talks about a lot. I just go through the preface and the first two chapters, right? So the contents of the first two chapters. This is chapter one. It says the justification for a pedagogy of the oppressed, the contradiction between the oppressed and the oppressors and the oppressed, and how it overcome oppression and the oppressors and oppression and the oppressed.
Liberation, not a gift, not a self achievement, but a mutual process. And chapter 2 says the banking concept of education as an instrument of oppression, which I want to get into because King is a teacher, and then he's going to teach black men and black women they're not oppressed when they have a history of only being oppressed, and the U.S. education only teaches them about their history when it begins at oppression, which is funny, but we're not oppressed. But it says education as an instrument of oppression and a presumptions, a critique, the problem person's concept of education as an instrument of liberation, as in, oh, if I tell and teach you that you're not oppressed, you're liberated. Makes no sense. You're gonna walk out and teach these kids in the world how not to act. If this child act like one of the children he teach act like one of these white boys and hop out the car at a cop, he's gonna lose his life. You don't see no Asian person, you don't see no Arab person, you don't see no Indian person, you don't see no white person. You don't see no Hawaiian person. Damn it, you don't even see certain Africans getting a knee on their damn neck for 5 minutes screaming for their mom while cops are holding them down. And this cop is choking the life out of them. You don't see that with any other races in America because we're mainly the oppressed race. And the Arabians and the Saudi Arabians who are actually allies with America, it was a bunch of Saudi Arabians that blew up the Twin Towers. And they don't even treat
Exactly.
them like
Yo,
us.
brother, speak the truth.
They don't even treat them like us. We fought in every single war they had.
Including
Right?
the Civil War. We fought in every single war for this country. And we don't
Every
get the piece of the pie like everybody else.
we don't
Salakia,
even
one second, yeah, yeah. Hey, Gentry, you can add to the bill. That's definitely fine. But just say Salakia, excuse me, okay, before you speak, okay? Don't interrupt Yanya in his speech, all right?
Oh,
con.
my bad,
But,
my bad. I
you good,
disagree.
you good,
My
you
bad.
good,
Like
Pastor.
for another great example, right? We're American citizens, right? Because I know black Americans who are so Republican or so uh right wing, they'll use this concept. Well, black Americans were never at war with America, so they don't need reparations. But that won't work because they're Japanese Americans who were put in internment camps and they got reparations for what happened. And they weren't at war, they were literally American citizens. We've been oppressed as American citizens longer than any other racial group in America. And we haven't even have not a lick of any type of reparations. Really, we haven't even really got a real actual apology for it. The only country that really apologized for U.S. oppression or oppression against black Americans was like I think Ghana or Nigeria. And what happened? I think that's the only country. And we don't even want to get into voting and Obama because Obama is the worst. Like I know that's a lot of black people favorite president, but this man went into the G7 summit and European Union actually came up. I think this is like around the time where Eric Garner got choked out for damn cigarettes. And he was in a G7 summit and they were going to allow him to actually give us a chance to go to the Supreme Court for reparations, but Obama didn't do it. Another thing that we don't know about recently, um, everybody favorite basketball player, you know, we all love LeBron James. LeBron James was actually going to do the same thing MLK did before he died. MLK was actually going to go on a boycott again until they actually and levy, Black American money against the U.S. government, but they ended up killing him. LeBron James was going to go on a boycott of the NBA, and it was going to hurt the NBA. Guess who shows the hell up behind the scenes and talks LeBron James out of a heavy boycott of a lot of sports goods in the NBA because of what happened with George Floyd. Your favorite president Obama. 9 times out of 10, whoever you get in office is going to be portraying that they do something for black people and ultimately benefiting white people more because under Obama they had affirmative action. Affirmative action only helped white women, Asians, East Indians, or people like that's where you get all these different politicians that Muslim. They helped them. Didn't help black people. Affirmative action didn't help black people like that. Actually, helped white women more than anything else. It Voting doesn't really help us. It only helps other nations around us. Like even when it came down to the civil rights era, somehow the civil rights era benefited like foreigners that came in here. They didn't got them fight for it. It benefited an Asian person, a Chinese American. It benefited a Japanese American, a Korean American, Europeans that came over here. And guess what? They don't give a damn about black people. We ultimately end up fighting for rights that we can't really fully use and utilize ourselves, and other nations of people come here in America and live fat off of it.
Hey, can I go after you? I just want to piggyback off what you're saying, but can I go after you?
Yeah, you can go after me, but we say Lammy back up in here. You can go ahead, Gentry.
All right. So here's where I might say something that's completely different from the room. Right. 2016 was the only time I voted. Actually, no. 2008 I voted, and then 2016. Two times I voted in my life. 2008 I voted for Obama. He sent me to war. I was still going to war. So now I'm pissed off. 2016 comes around, and these people want to play their games and say, we're your allies." This that. So my Trump vote was a joke. It was a joke. It was to like, I'm tired of this shit. Let this motherfucker come in and destroy the system. And he definitely did. The system is fucking broken. I'm glad it's fucking broken. To me, that's the biggest fucking thing that I've ever done to the system is to fucking break it. Break it from within. That's all I'm gonna say.
Salakia, if I could jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Well, the brother Gentry just said that he voted for Trump to break the system. Now, I can't lie. I voted for that devil too in 2016 because I was ignorant to the law, because I wanted to see this kingdom fall. But at the same time, my vote didn't really count because I voted the wrong place. So all praise to the Most High for that. But these presidents aren't really elected. They're selected. And they just run the numbers. They have the electoral college and all that whole system. So even though you vote, it probably doesn't really count. Especially if you vote Republican, like let's say a state in New York, where the Democratic vote is going to go anyway. It's going to go for the Democratic nominee. So the votes don't really matter to the Q. It really doesn't. For anybody, even the peon so-called white people, the Esau, Edomites. And I yield the floor.
And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely. I was angry too when I voted. I was angry too, and you're absolutely right. It probably doesn't matter. But all I'm gonna say is I voted because I was angry. I'm angry at
Yeah,
the
man.
system. I'm angry at the same system that's been oppressing us. I want the system to burn the fuck down.
All
Oh,
praises.
oh,
All praises. I'm glad. So like, hold on, sis. So like, I'm glad we got some brothers who feel passionately about the disdain for this system set up by Esau. You know what I'm saying? But just to land me back off of the brother Simeon Manny. For those who don't know, just to land me back off of what the brother was saying. Yeah, man, I learned in the ninth grade. You know what I'm saying about the electoral college. Now I don't know how many people were paying attention, in that classroom or whenever you learned it. But when I was a teenager, 15 to 16 years old, 14, 15 years old, I realized then that voting was not going to do a damn thing because they broke down the electoral college to us and showed us that your vote doesn't count. The damn senators and House of Representatives votes in each state is what's going to elect the president. So once I realized at the age of 14 or 15, because I was paying attention, as soon as I realized that there's nothing you could do to vote your way into freedom or into any type of position that they don't want you to be in, once I realized that, I gave up on it back then. I hadn't even voted yet. And I already knew that this was a system of oppression. So how in the hell we got 40-year-old men and women coming up here on our stages talking about these are solutions? Did you skip that damn class, that damn history class where they taught you that your vote don't matter, that you're too dumb? The people as a whole basically are not schooled in how to select a leader, so they only want the people who went to college and have these degrees in political science and things of that nature to pick the leaders. They don't want you to pick the leaders, right? This system wasn't built for you. Like, I learned this shit in the ninth grade, and I'm just sitting up here listening to people that's supposed to be intelligent. You know what I'm saying? With their cognitive dissonance, and it's ridiculous, bro. It's utterly ridiculous. But with that, I yield.
So, like, I believe if anybody knows just a little bit about the first president, or really, some would say, the second president, George Washington, he was actually elected by the electoral college. He wasn't even voted. He
Right.
wasn't voted in. He was actually elected by electoral college. So that's why we be saying America's a democracy. And this is how you understand, like, America is like a extension of the Roman Empire, because it's more of an oligarchy and oligarchy and a, what they always call it? They call it a republic. So it's not really that big of a democratic nation at all. You don't really get too much say in what goes on in your own nation. Maybe at a local level, but when it comes out nationwide, yeah, you have no say at all. Like, if Biden pushes the button, says he want to go to war, you got to go. You don't have no say whatsoever. And it's only a few old ass white people that are like 70 to 80 years old in the House of Rep, in the Senate, that's going to pretty much guide where the country is going. And I just want you to try to grasp the idea or the mind state of a 71-year-old or 76-year-old white man. They're going to be racist as hell, bigoted, and they're still going to hold on to a lot of those old traditions that they racist ass granddaddy gave them.
And
So
that's why I voted Trump is because I want a fucking white racist out there, so the world would know that this is how it is in America. But now it's exposed. Stop. People are lying. They're lying if we're not oppressed. They're lying if the black community is not oppressed, or we're not going through our struggles. But I want the world to know. And you guys are probably right. My vote did not count. But at that time, I was upset with this system, and I'm fucking sick and tired of this system. Left wing, right wing. It's the same bird. And I want this bird to crash down and burn.
Slovakia.
Um, 1 second, sis. 1 second, I'll let you go. Real quick, for those that do not, we know most people here know the meaning of the oppression, but for those that that may not know, I do have the definition up there. You can click on it, and it's going to give you the full definition of oppression, um, according to Webster's dictionary. Okay, but sis, go ahead. You got the floor.
Dawada. So a little bit of history on the Electoral College. I actually, like I said, I volunteer teach GED classes and citizenship classes. So what I try to do is teach the history that they need to know to pass, but I also teach them the actual true history. So a little bit of background on the Electoral College. It was created in like 1802. And the reason it was implemented is because as they kept adding more states, those states were becoming more industrial as opposed to agricultural, like the South, right? With the Bible Belt South, where slavery was predominant. So when they were creating the ideas behind our government, they found that more people were coming in and immigrating in through New York and staying in the North. So as they were going through, instead of maybe vote by popular vote, which is what people ideally would like, instead of that, they knew that going by popular vote, the North would win, whatever their agenda would be. So they ended up negotiating to be able to count and distribute electoral college votes per state by population. So the more populated you are, the more votes your state gets to be represented. At the time, we know slavery was still going strong. So what the South advocated for was to count every slave as 1/10. I think it was 1/10 of a person at that time. So that's where that comes from. So they weren't considered. They were considered property. They were considered actual people to be able to vote, but they are considered in the population for the census to weigh more heavily for the South. So that's why you have states that now it's a little flipped, but the majority of the campaigning goes for the Bible Belt South because that's where the heavier weighted states are. So the Electoral College is really rooted in slavery and in oppression. So while they're saying get out there and go vote, your vote may not count because the person that is selected to represent you in the Electoral College is not from Congress. They have to run to be selected. But they go and let's say, for example, let's say hypothetically, Illinois had the popular vote for what's his name, Biden. But the person representing them, if there was no law in place for that state for the Electoral College to go with the popular vote, they could pick whoever they wanted. So they actually implemented amendments to that specific law to make it that the states can kind of determine whether or not they wanted the Electoral College to vote in that way. And as a result, after Trump winning, a lot of the Electoral College rules changed per the state because they didn't want that to happen again, because he won gaming the system that was created for the oppressors to win and continue to remain in power. So he gamed the system that was, it worked the way it was supposed to work. So while we're sitting here saying that our vote counts, you can't vote your way out of oppression, not in the way that this specific democracy is built, because you could have voted for Trump in 2020? You could have voted for Trump in 2020, but your state as a popular vote went for Biden. So your vote probably didn't count if it was, depending on where you were. That's what they mean by that. But we are so disillusioned as a people that we think if we go out there and we go out there in numbers, it's gonna impact it one way or another. When really the federal laws as a whole don't really impact you. They impact the nation as a whole. However, what really impacts you are the state and local elections where people are not able to not able to show up for, or discouraged to show up for. So, and a lot of my students don't even know who represent them in a state and local level. And I always try to give them the background of it. And what I ask them is actually questions that I learned from some of the brothers on these stages that really make me think, and I turn around and try to incorporate that into my lessons. So for example, when I talked about the electoral college, I said, so, how would you vote? Do you think the voting system is fair? And a lot of them said no. They were able to acknowledge that the democracy that they are so desperate to be in is completely flawed. And if and the reason that our people are so disillusioned, where we have brothers like King and Tamario who just are completely blinded by the white suburbia dream, you have those because that's what is taught in the schools. The white suburban dream is taught in the schools, and the actual truth of our people is taught in the Bible, and they're telling you not to read the Bible. They're telling you to trust science. They're telling you to go to trust history. When that is our history, that's our culture. So this is what I try to implement into my lessons, and I'll close with this. A while ago, I don't know if it was my husband or someone else, but someone asked to Mario, if you saw the colonizers coming on a boat, and you had the chance to stop colonization and save billions of lives, what would you do? Would you stop them? And I believe the brother said no, he wouldn't stop them. So I recently did a lesson with my students. We talked about slavery, we talked about colonization. I shared nuggets of knowledge that I got from some of the brothers I'm on stage with now. And at the end of the class, I asked my students that question. And every single one of my students said that they would fight, that they would want to kill the colonizers from coming in because of the result of colonization. So it really is in the information that we are kind of pigeonholing ourselves into and rejecting knowledge from others because it just doesn't align with what we have been told. And we can't compute that because we sound like the crazy people. We sound like the conspiracy theorists who are like, woe is me, and, America hates us, so whatever. But that's really not the case. It's because we are only going off of the information that we are handed to us, spoon fed. Right?
Hey, Kay,
Come.
you say
The
you're a
water.
teacher?
So
Okay, you say
I volunteer teach for a Latino program. I volunteer for GED classes and citizenship classes.
here's what I'll say: you're doing God's work. I'm happy that there's one of us in the education system that teaches the young generation, because that's how we get taken over is by a generation, right? All it takes is to educate the generation about something different than what we're trying to teach, and then everybody forgets. As soon as those kids grow up, they will forget. But if there's somebody out there that's doing God's work, you are doing God's work, and thank you for being an educator. I really do think that as an educator, your job and your duty to the country, to not to the country, to us, to the people, is way more important than a soldier. Way more important than military duties and any of that. So I'm glad you're on the front lines. I applaud you for that, and that's all I have to say.
Shalom.
Go praise to the Most High.
Shalom. Are we
Once
popcorn
again,
or we got a queue going?
once
Hey,
it's
what,
popcorn, but I
yeah,
wanted to
after
add something to
Yeshaya
what the
finished, I'm
sister
out to
said.
got it. Oh, Salakia, Yeshaya, go ahead, King.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what the sister just said, and appreciate it for the facts about the electoral college and whatnot, sis, because that's what I was bringing out. And yeah, just to add to what the sister was saying, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but she did not win the electoral college votes. So who became the president? The person who won the electoral college votes, Donald Trump. 2020, Donald Trump won the popular vote, but he did not win the electoral college votes. So who became the president? Joe Biden. The people do not pick the president, people. Wake up. You don't pick the president. Your
Truth.
voting is not
Truth.
going to get you out of oppression. And with that, I yield.
And then you're right.
One
And
second,
you're right.
Gentry. One second. One second. Um, just just to say, throughout for everybody for adding to the conversation. All right, Gentry. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna let Amath speak. Then you can add to it. Okay, Amath, go ahead. Welcome to the stage. You see the topic. What you got to add to the build or the actual topic itself? Go ahead, Ken. The floor is yours.
Shalom, everybody. Yeah, I just been in here for probably about 10 minutes now. I think listening to y'all speak, a lot of truth being brought out, a lot of passion being brought out. Concerning the truth of this country and how it operates. The question to tie the room: can Black women vote their way out of oppression? Um, we know that's not true. The scripture probably was already brought out, but Lamentations 4:17. It says, as for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. Um, Also, I want to precept that with Isaiah 52:3, when it says, for thus said Yahweh, ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. There's also go to showing that, you know, even if you become well off in this society, you know, which should be good because you need money in the society to help your people because you need more to be able to do more. But at the end of the day, that's not what's going to get you out of this captivity. Um, so the Most High has us. I mean, just like you can tell, He's our Father and we're His children because He's punishing us for making the choice that our ancestors made and going against Him and not keeping His commandments. And He said nobody will redeem us. Nobody's gonna get out of this situation. So we're gonna have to do it the exact way that He said to do it. It's His way or no way. That's what it boils down to. So when our people get that in their head, and a lot of stuff been brought out. I've been hearing. I heard about I think it was Brother Ayinga brought up about the boycott situation. That's one thing I know. See, once you learn how Esau thinks, he ain't as smart as he try to portray himself, right? He loves his money. That's one thing about Esau. He loves his money. He cannot get over that. That's just in his nature. And not only that, history has proven that to be a very viable weapon against their society, right? If enough of our people woke up and started to say, you know what, we're not going to buy on the Shabbat. We're not going to sell on the Shabbat. We're not going to work on the Shabbat. And enough people said, forget that. Because think about it. Most of us got jobs, and these jobs are and 9 times out of 10 are owned by Edomite, right? If you look at the people that work at your job, you'll notice that you see basically a lot of Israelites everywhere, but they keep telling us we're the minority. I think Esau is lying. I'm just basing that just on the precepts and stuff I've been noticing myself the last couple of years. Every time you go to a gas station, grocery store, I don't know, anywhere, you basically see our people. It's either going to be a Black or Hispanic or Native American somewhere doing the work. So if we're seeing everywhere, how in the world did we become the minority? Does that make sense? I don't think so. That's my opinion. But I'm just saying, we know that there's no way we can vote ourselves out of this oppression. We got to do it the way Mosai said do it. We got to acknowledge our offenses against Him, our sins against Him, and repent and start keeping His commandments. That's plain and simple. And part of keeping His commandments would be keeping the Shabbat. So if we don't buy or sell on the Shabbat, and we start doing it consistently, they're going to lose out of probably billions of dollars a year. And that could become a problem for this nation. And then not only that, the Most High could be stirring up the spirit of their enemies to stand and become more emboldened against them. So it's everything. Esau think that he has some plans in place, against God's people, but it's all the Most High. The Most High is playing chess. He already knows Esau's every move he gonna make, and he's setting up this be his way for a reason. Part of it is to wake our people up and to get an opportunity to repent under this grace time period. But at the end of the day, everything's gonna go down the way the Most High intended for it to go down. This country is on its way out. It's about to be burnt to the ground, as it's said in 1 hour, according to a Revelation, like Brother Gentry said. And another thing too, I want to mention this too.
Esau's military is only strong because of all the ignorant Israelites who joined his military. If you leave them alone and stay out of their wars that they create their own enemies, and they want to send you out there to fight and put you on the front line to die, while his boys sit back chilling, and then they end up, retiring from the military, maybe with a certain level of clearance or whatever, and doing well off and get all these military benefits, and then their people, next thing you know, he done retired and bought him a lot of land, a nice house, and all this and that. But our young brothers and sisters are the ones dying out in the battlefield. Stop fighting his wars. Be willing to do what brother Muhammad Ali did. It's like, be willing to do what he did. Go to jail. Okay, put me in jail. I'm not going to fight your war. Period. And if enough of us do that, I mean, it's always been powers in numbers because principles don't change, right? There's power in numbers. Esau knows that. We got to use that. Like, we look at how much spending power we have as a people. What? We got enough spending power to cause a big dent in this society by itself. But too many people are collaborators with Esau. They side with the enemy. It just like back in the time of the Maccabees. First Maccabees 1:11. Bring it out real quick. Because, I mean, everything is you see in the scriptures being true over and over again. It says, in those days went there out of Israel wicked men, persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. But since we depart from them, we have had much sorrow. They try, so many about people that try to side with Esau for money's sake, for gain, right? They're doing that for gain because they feel like they're getting something out of it. But ultimately, they're destroying their people. And as a nation, when they do that, we'll continue to stay on the bottom because we're judged as a nation. Our people have to start to realize that. And all praise the Most High and the water for all the brothers that go out on the Shabbat, out on the street corners. We got some people that they just want to run their mouth online. But for those of us that actually go to camp on the Shabbat and bring His word out to our people and try to wake them up and warn them, the water for that, because that's helping to wake a lot of people up. And you never know who you might run into that might hear His word and that may have big influence on other people. So with that, I yield, man. I just want to vent a little bit, man, because the brother kind of got me real passionate. I was gonna jump in, but the conversation went another way. But yeah, don't join Esau's war. Don't waste time voting. That's not gonna get you out of this captivity. Most High put us here for a reason. We see is the moving parts in the front, but we don't see the hidden moving parts in the back. That the Most High got control of all that. So everything's gonna go down exactly as it is written in Scripture, and ain't a damn thing Esau can do about it.
Hey,
With that, I yield.
Ahmed, or how do you say your name?
It's just Amath.
Amath. You're absolutely right, man. That's you're absolutely right. That's my message to the group too. Don't go fight their wars. Don't volunteer for anything. Don't do anything to go fight wars for the people that are in power. Because the people that are in power have no interest in your interest ever. So don't ever go fight wars. I made the mistake of going and fighting wars for this country. I made the mistake of voting thinking that it's gonna save me. But no, I say my stories to say that I regret all the stupid things that I did.
I think we all have that point of regret, man. We all probably knowing now we know about this truth and how awesome the Most High is, man. A lot of us probably wish we had known about this from the age of a child. But our children are blessed because now we're raising them up to keep these laws, to know who they are, to know that the Bible is our history and heritage book, and to keep these laws, statutes, and commandments. Because when we start to do that, it's the beginning of the end for this nation, and it's already begun. So all praise the Most High for that.
Amen, bro. Amen. That's all I'm gonna say. Amen.
Khan. All praises, man. Thwada out for that. This is a great topic, great build in the room. Also, like I said, keep an eye on the actual link above. I am changing that every so often. Just again addressing the topic and the conversation in the room. All right, just a quick reset. This is Crown of Thorns. This is your kosher brunch. All right, the topic of the room today is, can blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans vote their way out of oppression? Right? Can we actually vote our way out of oppression? We get into the scriptures, and not only that, getting into different article and just talking about the history of this country and the record that they've always had, right? In how they structure this system to only work for their own people, right? But I think brother Mike, I don't know if I skipped you, King, but I don't think you spoke yet. Brother Mike, you there?
Yeah, Shalom family.
Hey,
Yeah,
Shalom,
I
King.
really had jumped on stage when King had blurted out that nonsense. I was trying to get his understanding on no oppression and just add to the conversation that because for some reason when I hear brothers say like we not in we not oppressed or anything, I look at it from all stages, like from the people who are still stuck at the bottom all the way through people who doing business. Like I flip houses and I still have to hire white people to stand in when I have an appraisal. I have to hire white people to stand in when I have inspections because we're still oppressed. Like so, no matter what you do, no matter what you think, oh, we can just get ourselves out of this. Like there's still a system of oppression set up for you. So I wanted to see what his response to that was. But yeah, that was like a whole bunch of nonsense he was blurting out.
Man, I'm glad you came up to the room. That's a good perspective. Just please, somebody answer, Mike, please.
Khan, the water, Mike, for that input. Appreciate that. I'm gonna bring out a scripture real quick. All right, just to add to the build. This is Proverbs chapter 28 and verse 10. It says, "Whoso causeth the righteous to go astray in an evil way, he shall fall himself into his own pit. But the upright shall have good things in possession." Right? We understand what Esau is doing, right, with the laws that they pass, right? Woe unto them that passes unrighteous decree, and that's exactly what they do. We understand that they've put and implemented a system to really go against our own people, and that was what the point Ariala was bringing out with King. To me, the fact that you don't understand what the meaning of oppression is, there's no way you can even think that you're being oppressed as a people, right? This is why we got to get into the scriptures, because that's where the true wisdom, knowledge, and understanding is. This is how we can see that we are oppressed as a people, and we need to separate ourselves and not rely or count on the system to bring us up, right? I'm going to keep reading. Verse 11, "The rich man is wise in his own conceit, but the poor that had understanding searcheth him out," right? See, the rich man, they're in the high places, so they can care less what's going on to people as a nation. They can care less if we're being oppressed. It's about their wealth, their money, right? That money is a god to them. The gold, the oil, that's all gods to them, right? That's what they believe that they have to live by. So they don't care about you being oppressed as a people. Verse 12, it says, "When righteous men do rejoice," it says, "When righteous men do rejoice, there's great glory. But when the wicked rise, a man is hidden." Right? I'm going to read that again. "When righteous men do rejoice, there is great glory. But when the wicked rise, a man is hidden." A man is hidden. That's oppression. Right? All right, but with that, all praises to the Most High. We're going to continue with the conversation. I did get a couple of scriptures. I just saw my back chat. I will bring the scriptures out as we go in the conversation. I see a couple of people sent me some scriptures back here. You know what? Let me just bring one of them out real quick while I'm building right now. Zephaniah chapter 2 and 1. This is a classic. We know it. "Gather yourself together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desire." Right? This is why we have rooms like this, to bring our people together, right? So we can learn through the scriptures and get the wisdom that comes out of it, right? And according to the Bible, we're to gather together because we're a nation that is not desired. We're the most hated people on this earth. And yes, people might say, "Oh, you guys are just counting on you being oppressed." And the Bible tells us to remember things like this, right? But we also understand that there's a balance to everything. As we speak these words, we're actually making moves on our end to get certain, things to be in a certain order, right? One more scripture real quick, and I'm gonna yield back to the floor, and brothers and sisters can add to the conversation. Also, if you in the audience you want to add to the bill, please raise your hand. We'll bring you up to the stage. You can add real quick. I'm gonna wrap it up. Revelation chapter 18 and verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, "Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues." Right? All praises to the Most High. That aligns with exactly what we're talking about today. We cannot rely on this system. We have to separate from this wicked system and listen to our power. But with that, I'm going to yield back to the stage. If anybody else has anything to add to the bill, please raise your hands if you're in the audience, and you can come on up and add. All right? But I yield to the stage.
Hey, thank you for that, Ari. Thank you for that.
All praises. Most High gets the glory.
So, as I was saying, uh, like I said, we cannot vote ourselves out of this. I thought we could back in 2016. I thought we could back in 2008. We can't. I'm watching it. I'm a military guy. I'm watching the like how this system uses us to go out and fight their wars for nothing. We don't get anything out of this. We don't get anything. When they say, "Oh, you go out of Afghanistan," I went to Afghanistan 3 times, and now I'm standing here watching as the Taliban takes over everything. I'm like, I used to stand in Kabul. I used to be there. I used to what is going on right now? So that's what shook me and woke me up to the system that's been oppressing us. We are oppressed, folks. There's no, you can't say we're not. There's no way. There is no way. I didn't get no glory or nothing from any of the things that I went and did outside of America in other countries trying to take them over. I come back here and I'm still a second class citizen to everybody else, even though I went out to war. So there's
Right.
no way you could tell me, you could stand on the stage and tell me that black people are not oppressed in this country. There is no fucking way. That would be a lie. Or
Hey,
you're just
Gentry, real quick.
brainwashed.
Excuse me if you don't mind. Um, yeah, I'm looking at your profile. You said you served 11 years?
Yeah, 11 years, man.
Yeah. What branch did you serve in?
Army.
Army? Man, that's crazy, man. Well, I'm glad the Most High took you out of that. I know you sound like you're definitely done with that, right?
Oh, I'm definitely done with it, man. It's anger in my heart, and I don't want to have this anger in my heart, but it's definitely anger in my heart, and I know the bull crap that goes on. Right, I see it. Right, I spent 11 years in the military, and I didn't get no rewards and nothing for going out there. All I got was more death and violence, and I'm standing here watching that stuff happen, and I don't understand how people don't see that we have more problems in this country than we do outside of this country, and then this country wants to say that they're our allies and they're for us. They're not for us, man. They send us to war. This is why Muhammad Ali didn't go to war in Vietnam. I should have been like that, but I wasn't because I got brainwashed by the bullshit. Like 9/11 happened, I was like, "Oh, so you attack America, we go attack you." But then we go to war with countries that didn't even have to do with 9/11. We go to war with countries that had no weapons of mass destruction. They lied to us and brainwashed us, and we just sit here and take it. Like, are we stupid? We are not stupid. We are smart people, and we need to wake the fuck up to this bullshit that they're fucking selling.
Right. I'll say this though. I feel I get what why you feel the way you do. A lot of us have that same mindset here when it comes to just how wicked this kingdom is. We understand that. But then is we have to make sure that we're channeling that in the right way and actually leading our people in a certain path through the scriptures, right? Not just going off our own understanding, right? And the scripture tells us how to deal with situations like this. So I would definitely advise you. I know you said you're a Christian, but I'll definitely advise you to follow the mods on here and also follow the room. Okay, so that way when we have rooms like this again, you can be part of the conversation and listen to the doctrine, right? Like what we teach according to the Bible, the breakdowns and understanding of the scriptures, so that way you can kind of know which angle you should be going with it and channeling that anger a certain way. Okay.
Got it. Got it.
All
I
right.
understand. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, yeah. Make sure you follow the room. All right, and we really appreciate you coming and joining the conversation and adding to the bill. We really do appreciate that. But hey, Duad, Shalom, welcome to the stage, man. I know you were here earlier, but you were in and out. Did you have anything to add to the topic, real quick, guy? Duad Zion, you there? I don't know if you're trying to speak, but you might need to drop off and come back in because you actually muted, but we can't hear you. All right, all praises to the Most High. Yeah, so we're gonna give stay in the room for another 15 minutes or so. If anybody has anything to add to the topic, please raise your hands. We'll bring you up to the stage and you can add to the build. All right. If not, we're gonna be shutting things down in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. Again, the water, and thanks for everybody for adding to the topic and the build. This was a great room. A lot of information came out, and this is what this is all about. All right. We always, if you be the Most High will, we usually have these rooms every day from Monday through Friday, except the weekends, from 8:30, 8:45 a.m. Then we have it run until about maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock, depending on how things move with the room. So please join us tomorrow for our next, lesson. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield. Anybody else have anything else to say? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Because we had the last, few minutes of the room, just I don't know if it could be a future topic, but because I 100% agree we can't vote our way out of this depression. What, as a nation, like what can we do? Like Brother Ariala said, we might not get out of it this lifetime. Like this might not happen this lifetime. So just say if it's 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, like what can we do as a nation to, help, as a nation, like what can we do as a nation to help each other, like get to those numbers we need, to get out of this damn captivity.
Right. Yeah, it's in the scripture. Like I just brought out earlier, right? Zephaniah 2:1. We're together, right? With that nation that is not desired. Every nation is in hand to do with our destruction. We can see that from history. That's the whole point of this room, right? When you got brothers like Tamara telling us, listen, man, all we got to do is come together and still be part of the system, right? That has not worked for us. Okay, we've done that all our lives, right? This is nothing new. That whole concept of us coming and joining with the system. And you got to remember, when the Most High, created everything, right? He picked Adam out of all the men that were on the earth. He picked a particular man to basically take charge and rule, right? It's the same thing that is happening today. All right. He picked us as that nation. But because we're in a state of mind of wickedness and we're not keeping any damn laws, we want to follow our oppressors in how they do things. This is why the Most High turned his face from us. So the only answer to this question, and this is not very popular, it's not a popular, system or way to go, right? Because it's not instant. Our people want that instant gratification, right? They want to be able to build their gods that they can physically see, right? They want to be able to basically follow the oppressors because they feel like, well, that's something I can actually see right in front of me, right? That's something I can believe in, right? When we're supposed to have faith and believe in our true power, right? Now I'm going to read another scripture for you. This is 2 Chronicles chapter 7 and verse 14. If my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, Then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal the land. All right, that's the solution to this. All right, we have to turn from
Amen.
our wicked ways and humble ourselves, right? And call our power, our true power, Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah, the Most High God, right? Then he will listen to us. And again, it might not happen in your generation like you just brought up. But again, when you walk in this walk and pushing this gospel, right, through the spirit of Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah, you have to have a very non-selfish mind, right? You have to say, listen, it might not work in my generation, but guess what? I'm going to raise my son, my daughter, right, to love people of her or his own nation, right? Hopefully, with that process to break that generational curses that has been put upon us as a people, right? You can't just think about, I'm going to live my best life, because guess what? You're perpetrating that curse over and over, right? If you keep thinking about yourself only and not thinking about your nation as a whole, guess what? Now you're going to raise your child to believe in this wicked system, thinking that he can vote his way out of his oppression, or thinking that he can be in the office and make some kind of change when everything is all rigged from the top. And brothers brought this up earlier. You try to go against the grain with their system and see how quick they'll throw you away or kill you. If they kill their own people, right? Kennedy, they shot him on the head and blew his brains off for going against their system. What makes you think that they're going to let your black ass go and be a president and do something contrary to what they believe in,
Exactly.
right? It's ludicrous for you to think anything other than what's been going on, man, right? But the difference is we know them for who they are. They've had a history of doing the same damn thing, breaking every covenant, every treaty, Salakia, that they have with every nation, right? Breaking every laws that they put in place, and it only satisfies and helps their own people, right? Um, it's madness. But with that, I'm a yield. I don't want to keep going off and off. Yield back to the stage
Here's why I said
provider.
before we end this conversation.
Go ahead. We're
Ari,
not going to end it yet, but go ahead.
yeah, Ari, dude, that's exactly what. That's it. That's it. Just scriptures are there for a reason. Read it. We have our own minds. Just let's go read the stuff and figure it out for ourselves, and not let anybody come in and try to define what the scriptures say to us. If you have a Bible, if you have some sort of, just pick it up and read it for yourself, and realize what the truth is on your own. You don't have to have anybody say this to you. And I'm telling you from a faith where I was raised Catholic, right? So the Catholic Church used to just tell me they literally have a schedule of when they're going to read what scripture, and it's always the same every year. They don't let me read it on my own. Go read it for yourself.
Well,
The
hold on.
truth is God.
Yeah,
That's
Gentry, hold on a second. But go ahead, Ariel. Go ahead and respond.
No, I definitely hear you, right? Catholicism, they don't, Catholics don't read the Bible. I've actually heard this from a Catholic. The
I'm a
Christians,
Catholic. I'm telling you that we don't read the Bible.
no, I know.
They lecture the Bible to Catholics. They don't
Well,
read the Bible.
I hear you, but the Protestant Christian Church does the same thing. I was a Christian for 20 years of my life. Right, I was dumped in the water when I was 6 years old, and pastor will have the Bible up in front of the pulpit, and he'll walk around, he'll huff and puff, and blow the house down, and people will catch fake Holy Ghost and slap high fives and run around the damn church, right? But there's no knowledge or no understanding being emanated from that pastor's mouth, right? In the so-called Christian church, Christianity in general is anti-Bible, right? The Christian church don't teach you that you have to keep the laws of God. The Christian church doesn't teach you that Jesus didn't die for everyone, that Jesus only died for the nation of Israel. The Christian church teaches you that God loves everyone when the Bible says that God hates, right? He hates the Edomites. So the Christian church and Christianity as a whole is, no matter whether it's Protestant or Catholic, it's all the same thing. It's all one wing of the same bird, right? It's actually anti-biblical and anti-Christ. You know what I mean? So, brother, Gentry, what's your ethnic background? You so-called African American?
Look, I'm not full African American. I'm half, and I'm always in this predicament, right? So
Half what?
I'm
Half
half
what?
African American, half Palauan.
Palau, what's that?
It's a little tiny country in the Pacific.
Okay, so okay, gotcha. Who's Palau? Your mom or your dad?
My mom is Palauan, my dad is African American.
Okay, all praises, right? So you would be an Israelite from the tribe of Judah because your tribe is determined, your tribe and nation is determined by your father. So you would be more than likely from the tribe of Judah. All right, that's so-called African Americans. By and large, are you do have some of us that are of indigenous descent, which would make us either Gad or Reuben. But however, right, what we teach here is that so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, pursuant to their patrilineage, meaning their forefathers, fathers, so forth, right, are the Israelites that you read about in the Bible, right? And that salvation's only for us, that so-called Jesus died for us, right? And that he's coming back to deliver us from the hand of our enemies here in America and all over the place, all over the world where our people are scattered, right? When we look at the Bible. And we have to keep the commandments that are found in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bibles, in order to be eligible for said salvation, right? So what I want to do is encourage you, brother Gentry, to follow myself, follow the rest of the brothers, and follow the clubhouse, right? Um, so that you can get notifications when we have these rooms, because we're teaching that we are the children of God, and we got to come back to our God and keep His commandments in order to receive said salvation. And the thing is, when it comes to, and the reason why I wanted to speak is because you said just read the Bible by yourself. And that's, yes, people should read the Bible, right? However, the way that the Spirit works is you're not just going to open the Bible and know what's going on, right? I read the Bible for 20 years of my life, and I didn't have true understanding of what was going on, right? When we look at Acts, the 8th chapter, the Spirit tells Philip to go to a certain chariot, right? Actually, the Spirit tells Philip to go to Jerusalem, right? Then the Spirit tells him to go and join himself to a chariot where there's an individual reading. And then he engaged with him and asked him a very important question. He was reading biblical prophecy. And he asked him, do you understand what thou readest? And the individual that he was engaging with had the most honest and humble answer that one could give. He said, how can I, except some man shall guide me? So the way that the Spirit works is the Spirit fell on the disciples, right? Which became the 12 apostles. Philip was one of those apostles. The Spirit now led him to go and teach a brother, right, the truth of the scriptures, to give him the understanding, to give him the breakdown, right? And then that brother received the Holy Spirit afterwards. The Holy Spirit just doesn't, you know, it's not just communing with everybody. That's not how it works, right? So again, that question and answer is important. Do you understand what you're reading when you open the Bible? If you are of the Christian persuasion, you don't. And I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Because as a Christian, I did not understand the Bible. I didn't understand the things that I understand now, right? And I didn't come to this understanding on my own volition. I had to listen to other brothers who the Spirit, all right, had taught through other men for generations. You know what I mean? So this is how the Spirit works. So again, that answer was, how can I, except some men shall guide you? The scriptures also say that the Lord's uh going to give you pastors after His own heart, right? That are going to feed you with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. The scripture said that your teachers shall not be hidden corners anymore, but you shall see thy teachers, and they shall tell you that this is the way, walk ye in it, right? This is what we have to come to this understanding today in these last days, because again, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The America that you fought for, all right, America's getting ready to enter the third world war, in the which America will be destroyed. And unless you come back to your true culture as an Israelite and keep the commandments, you're going to get caught up in that, my brother. So it's important that you tap in with the brothers on this platform, join the club, so that you can get girded up through the Spirit. Okay, King?
Got it, man. I heard everything you said, man. I'm following you now.
All praise to the Most High, King. Shalom. That means peace.
Yeah, Gentry. Yeah, like I said, you're more than welcome to come back to the platform. I would advise you next time you come, just have a notepad, because usually we get into the scriptures. Today was more of a open build and conversation. So we did, bring out some scriptures. but not like as we usually do. All right. So just come in, and if you have any questions, you can hit brothers in the back chat in regards to any type of like an understanding on the scripture that you might want to get built on. Okay. But we always advise brothers to start with the first 5 books, the law, read that and meditate on that. And also reach out to brothers to help you and build you in the spirit through the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, right? That's the spirit of the Most High God. Okay.
Got it, man. Thank you.
All right. We love you. You're a man of
Hey, thank you guys in this room, everybody in this room. This is helpful to me.
God. God. Yeah, it's therapeutic, man. Yeah, man. We love you, man. You're a man of our nation. You're welcome here anytime. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All praises. Hey, Adar, I know you said you had something to say, King. And I'm gonna come to you, Tobiah. Adar had a precept he wanted to bring out real quick, but go ahead, King. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Khan. It was just, excuse the background. It was a pre something you had brought up earlier, and this is, excuse me. This is First Chronicles 16:11. It says, "Seek Yahweh and His strength, and seek His face continually." You know what I'm saying? So if you actually want to know the truth, you got to seek His face constantly. And even dealing with the topic of, is voting gonna get us out of oppression? We can't be voting for somebody that's not even in our damn nation. So if we was actually seeking the Lord continually, we would be dealing with our people, because no man, none of our higher up leaders bought us out of captivity, and they damn near can't. You know what I'm saying? So it's about us seeking the Most High face continually to know what He wants us to do, not what man wants us to do. You know what I'm saying? Because He is our strength, He is our pavilion, He is our buckler and our shield. That was all. I don't want to hold it up, but that was all.
Khan, beautiful precept, man. And Thwada for adding that. We appreciate you, King. We know you're on the move, but Thwada for your input. Hey, Tobiah, you see the topic, and you're here to build. What do you got to add to either one? The floor is yours, King, and Shalom.
Shalom, family. Sorry I'm coming in at the last minute here. I'm just getting off the plantation. But yes, no, we as a people, we can't vote ourselves out of this condition that we're in. Number one, we're never meant to do that. Um, you guys have been on for a while. There's a script I'd like to bring out first, if that's okay with you.
Khan, script is always welcome, King.
It's going to be Lamentations 4:17.
Yeah, Khan. Did you want me to read it for you, or you got it
Yes,
yourself?
if you don't mind, brother, I'm driving.
Okay, I got you. I'll read it for you,
About
King.
that, my
Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see. Lamentations 4:17. It's the book of Lamentations, chapter 4 and verse 17. As for us, our eyes has yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us.
yes, sir. Every 4 years they have an election. Every 4 years, our people fall for the same old trick bag. And what has changed in the last 500 years? Nothing. The Bible says nothing. Nothing has changed. Um, currently, like I said, I currently work in law enforcement. I served this country in the military. I was a combat swimmer on the SEAL team. Um, I had to go to Africa under Obama. We had a few African girls kidnapped. And while we're over there, I can hear, I can hear Esau, all the white men in the background when when they don't think I'm paying attention. They didn't want to be there. I definitely want to be there. And you would hear them. This is what happens when we get a black man in office. They send us here to fight these wars that we shouldn't have to fight, which this country has always done that. Um, I was excited. This is before I came into the truth when Obama came in office. I was excited. Man, I voted. I went to inauguration. Um, and that's when I was ignorant before I came into truth, and I just feel like this country put him in office just as a hush hush for us people of color. They have always done that. We've never had a voice. I mean, this goes all the way back to 1780, 1781, 1780, when John Henson became the president of the United States Congress, because we didn't have United States of America at that time. And he was a man of color. He ran this country. He got a lot of the foreign um, militants and people off this, off this land when it was still a Congress before it became a nation. Um, then you fast forward to 1790, I believe that's when the first census came available in the United States. Because before then we didn't have a census, so they didn't have a census account of who was so-called black, who so-called was white European. They really didn't have a census. So you look up.
Fine, I think the brother just got a phone call. Also, when he should be back. Um, but sis, yeah, I got your message. Go ahead,
That,
Alk, if you got it.
that goes to show, if we didn't have a census, I apologize. That goes to show that we have never had a voice. This land was never for us, so we were never going to be able to vote ourselves out. Now yield the mic.
Hey man, thank you for your service. I'm a military guy too, and I see the same things that you're seeing, and that's why I'm angry. Is because I spent my life going out here and fighting for this country, thinking that I was going out there to do something good for the nation, but actually just perpetuating the crap that we're facing today. So thank you for your service.
I appreciate you too, brother.
Yeah, I don't know if you should be thanking him for the service, but I get it. All praises. Hey, y'all, what's up, man? You keep going in and out. You got
Hey,
something to say,
Shalom,
King,
man.
man? Shalom, man.
Nah, man. I just been busy.
I'm gonna
All
thank the man
praises.
for his service because I served too, and it might not have been the right choices when I made those choices, but I still went and did them, and now I regret them because
Right,
I
right.
want. Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, hey man, there's brothers out here that actually fell into the bull crap and thought that we were going out for something bigger than ourselves or whatever, but it really is not bigger than anybody else. Like the military is one of the most deceptive things you will ever see in your life if you ever join it. So if the country goes to war, still my message remains the same. Don't volunteer for anything. Not for this country. Not for anything. We got too many problems within our own communities to deal with to even go out and fight the Ukrainians or the Taiwanese or the Chinese going into Taiwan or the Russians going into Ukraine. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is what we do here. And what we're doing here is we're reading the scriptures and we're talking about it. Let's just keep doing that.
Absolutely, I agree with
Yeah.
you. I'll make it short. Like, I was a 5326. I was a combat swimmer. I was in Team 3 on the SEAL team. So I met a few brothers that were older brothers that served before I did, and I feel the same way you do. I mean, to me, it was a deception. It was a trap. Thought I was doing something, made me feel good, but as I'm older and as I was in there, my eyes started opening up. But I met a couple of brothers that served well before my time in Nam. I met a few that served over in Japan. And one thing these guys said that opened my eyes to a few things. One of them said he was a point man in Vietnam. And when he was there, of course, they put the blacks up front. So cause it goes back to show to us for this country, our lives are pointless or meaningless. So he was a point man. A couple of guys in his unit got killed. They got captured. Vietnamese guy said he would have killed him, but he saw he was a black man. He didn't kill him because he told him you need to go back home because this is not your war. The United States does not love you. Here's another brother from that fought in 1945, World War II. A Japanese man told him the same exact thing. So these from other nations who still don't care about us tell other brothers these same things that we're blind to. I
Hey
mean, it's
man,
obvious.
brother, they told me that in Afghanistan, man. Like, why are you here? This is not you, war. They don't love you. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
It's I'm like, man, not by coincidence. And these are the things we need to teach our children. Wow.
Khan. Hey, Atazwan, Shalom, King. Welcome to the stage. Yabashim Shabbat. You see the topic, you hear the conversation. What you got to add to the bill, King?
Galatians 4:16. That applies to us sharply. We are their enemy because we're telling the truth about what they're doing. Every diabolical plot, every dastardly deed, every innumerable atrocity they've ever committed against our people, we're exposing them now. And they're in panic mode.
Yo,
Khan.
that was a great vocab word. Dastardly.
Listen, when I tell you Barzal, he studies the dictionary. He coined the term contextually inaccurate.
Khan.
What does that mean? Contextually inaccurate.
For people that read the Bible and they have no idea what it's talking about and like to use it in the way that Christianity does, but when we read it, we're actually teaching the truth. Hey, Christians are contextually inaccurate.
Okay, I get it.
And Gentry, that's exactly what Ariella was bringing out. You come back to this platform, right? Your way and what your understanding of the scriptures when it comes to the modern day Christianity concept of teaching the Bible, right, is completely off. And you're going to see the difference in how we go through the scriptures and break it down and really give you that true understanding that comes from it. You understand? So, most of us here, we're part of the Christian church. We're part of the modern day Christianity concept, right? And the scriptures is completely different in how we break it down compared to how they do that. All right. They thought it completely wrong, but again, we were once there. So hopefully through the spirit, you just keep coming to the room. You get edified and understand the Bible in its right form. Okay.
Understood, man. I'm still here, man. I'm listening.
God, all praises. All praises. All right, family, want to give you a couple more minutes. If you got anything to add to the conversation, to build, please raise your hand. Come up to the stage. If you have any questions, we do have some teachers on the platform right now that can edify you. This is just the ending part of the actual room. Again, throw out for everybody for your input and just adding to the bill. This was a great room, man. Conversations like this need to be had. We need to really bring out the truth according to the scripture. Go ahead, Shalom.
Salakia, yeah, we need to actually shut this thing down because the replays is almost over.
Salakia. I know y'all gonna shut this down. I'm putting this GoFundMe link up there, brothers. This is brother Baruch's GoFundMe. We got to get our brothers back. Our brother is locked up in South Korea. Y'all can read the GoFundMe, and we trying to bring him back home. It's gonna cost about $10,000 to $12,000. Please, Israel, whatever y'all can, donate. We trying to get our brother home. It's different when you locked up in a whole different fucking country, man. You know what I'm saying? This ain't American jail. This ain't Babylon jail. He's locked up over there with a bunch of gooks. You know what I'm saying? So we need all the help we can get. Please, whatever y'all can donate, please donate. The link is at the top. You know what I'm saying? Charity starts at home. You know what I'm saying? And we are our home. You know what I mean? Everybody talk this brotherhood. Everybody talk this sisterhood. Everybody talk about uniting and all this bullshit. Show it in your actions. You know what I'm saying? Don't talk about it. Live it. You know what I'm saying? There's the link up top, man. He shared a couple of videos on Facebook. He got his phone in there, and it's kind of crazy. And if y'all read what happened, this happened years ago. You see what I'm saying? So the scriptures talk about in the gospel about freeing the captives. Yes, that's spiritual. But right now it's gone physical. And that's a brother that keeps Torah. That's a brother that believes in the Mashiach Yahushua. And there's too many of us to not bring him home tonight. You see what I'm saying? There's too many of us in the nation to not bring that brother home tonight. 100 people times $100, that's $10,000 quick fast. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got that, but send what y'all can. It's very important, man. They got the brother living in some fucked up conditions over there, and we all we got, Israel. All right, and the link is up top. I yield.
Khan, absolutely. And it's from what I know, it's off of certain things he was doing while he was serving, right? So brothers just thanking brothers for their service, right? He got caught up in some stuff that, Esau had him doing, but now he in the truth. Now they making him the scapegoat. Definitely charity and freeing the captives is important right now.
Right, Khan. All praises, man. Great points. The chief and Shaw Paul brought out. We'll read a couple of quick scriptures real quick, then we're going to wrap things up. All right. 1 John 3:18. My little children, let us not love in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth. All right. We got to love by action and not just, just saying it because it sounds good. Right. Tobit 12:9. For alms doth deliver from death and shall purge away all sins. Those that exercise alms and righteousness shall be filled with life. It's a powerful scriptures, man. All right. So let's help the brother. The brother is in truth. Um, let's support him as much as we can. Click on the link. Click on the link and add to the GoFundMe. Let's help bring our brother back home. All right. We're gonna stay here for a couple more minutes so everybody can click on the link. Then we're gonna go ahead and shut everything down. Meanwhile, if y'all have any questions, anything real quick you want to bring out, you can go ahead and do so. But everybody should be clicking on that link now, please, Baba Shaw. All right, let's help bring the brother back home and thwart for whatever y'all can give. All right, the Most High sees all, man. But I yield. Yeah, click on the link because we're gonna be shutting the room down in a couple of minutes. All right, everybody in the room, please help support. Click on the link.
Yeah, just I'm saying because everybody ain't got everything, but at least click on it and read it. Read what's going
Come.
on with the people. At least click on it and read it. Right? Know what's going on with your people. Right? You got them locked up with a bunch of Moabites. Moab trying to rewrite the Bible. You understand? Like we can't have our people around such wickedness, man. Especially like Ephraim said, the brother Torah keeper, believer Hamashiach Yahushai, all that. You know, do the high holy days, feast days, everything we be out here, trying to convert souls to do. This brother fully converted and does it, so we definitely can't have him just rotting in there.
Hey, don't forget, he did the pull-ups too. Remember, Detroit and all them other areas
Oh yeah,
out there
Khan,
with us laboring, man.
Khan, right? Giving brothers rides, states to state.
Lucky. I don't know if y'all can y'all hear me real quick?
Khan.
Yeah. I just want to bring this out too. Sirach chapter 12, I believe. Sirach chapter 12. Everybody, because I've been thinking about it myself, and I'm like, dang, this is an opportunity for me to kind of do something,
I'm off. You
for
sound a
some.
little bit low. Could you get closer to your phone?
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. We hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just saying, you was telling the story about the brother. The chief was telling the story about the brother being locked up and stuff, and what's going on. And as far as the brother, he's a righteous brother, keeps the law, statutes, commandments. Man, I just want to bring this out. I know for me, the most I put in my spirit to try to take the opportunity is speak with my actions as well. So I definitely got the link saved so I can donate as often as I can, until we can kind of help reach this goal. But so chapter 12. And it says, starting verse 1, it says, when thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it, so shall thou be thanked for thy benefits. Verse 2 says, do good to the godly man, and thou shalt find a recompense. And if not from him, yet from the Most High. So, You know what I'm saying? The Most High is one that brings the increase, and the brother just brought out the other precepts about giving alms. So when you piece those together, you know what I'm saying, that should kind of be a little bit motivation for us to kind of take action and help him get this brother home. I yield.
Khan, all praises. Great precept, man. The water for that. Khan. Those are the people you need to be supporting, right? A man that lives a righteous life and does the work of the Most High, right? And loves his own nation, all right? But, the water for everything. Again, you guys can click on the link. If you can't, like Sharpar said, if you can't donate, at least read the GoFundMe page and just see what's going on. Also save the link. Maybe the Most High might put it in your heart to be able to bless the brother some way later. All right. But that's it. Does anybody else on the stage have anything else to say or to add to the room? If not, we're going to be shutting things down so we can save our replay.
Hey, I will also pray for the brother, because guess what? There's somebody that's part of the nation that 10 bands is nothing to them. It ain't me. And 10 bands is something to me, but there's a Lord keeping Israelite that 10 bands is nothing to them. So just pray that this information goes out. Y'all share this information, and maybe somebody that has more Shekoyim than a lot of us can help out too.
Con. Prayer goes a very long way. All right, everybody. All praises to the Most High, Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Thwada for everybody for adding to the build. All right, on to the next one. Kumiyasha Allah, Israel, we still got next. Keep enduring, Matthew 24:13. Endure to the end, all right? And on to the next one. Shalom, Israel. Shalom. Shalom.
Kwame